सभी गुरुजनों को नमन करते हुए हम आज का कार्यक्रम शुरू करते हैं. Today we have gathered here to celebrate the foundation day of our department and the 102nd birth anniversary of Professor Durganand Sinha. I invite Professor Rashmi Kumar, President, Allahabad University Psychology Alumni Association, to start the program with her welcome address.
Namaste. On behalf of Allahabad University Psychology Alumni Association, I welcome all the participants of this annual meet. We have been organizing annual meet coinciding with the foundation day of the Department of Psychology at Allahabad University, and also the birth anniversary of our founder, Professor Durganand Sinha. Now, that happens to be September 23. Today is September 22. So, we are celebrating our foundation day today with a purpose, because September 23 happens to be University Day also, and some programs are being held at the university. So, we don't want any clash with the programs at the university. So, we want to give freedom to people to attend places. So, today we are going to organize a Foundation Day program of the department. Two events have been planned for today. One is a lecture by Professor Uichol Kim of Sinha University, Korea. And the other one is a panel discussion on leveraging psychology for better society. A special issue of psychology and developing society in the honor of Professor Durganand Sinha will also be released here by Professor Sushant Mishra. So I especially welcome Professor Uichol Kim, Professor Sushant Mishra, and all the participants of the panel discussion. I am very happy to share that a new beginning is taking place this year, and I wish that it continues. Two of our eminent alumni associated with premier institutions of the country, like IIM and IITs, have come forward to shoulder the responsibility of holding the events of today. Professor Tripathi of IIM Shillong will be hosting Foundation Day lecture of Professor Kim, and Professor Uichol Kim will be hosting the panel discussion on leveraging technology. We only expect, we hope that in future, more alumni working in institutions will come forward to organize events on behalf of AUPAA. Allahabad University Psychology Alumni Association, the seats of this were so the second alumni meet in January 2019. First alumni meet was held along with the celebration of the department, that is in 2011. Second meet was held in January 2019. The Alumni Association was formed there, though it was registered in July 2019. AUPAA has completed 5 years. The main purpose of AUPAA was to provide a platform for the alumni and the students to share and interact with each other and get benefited from each other. And alumni may also get connected with each other through this association. We have been, since the inception of AUPAA, we have been organizing several programs. For example, the celebration of World Society Prevention Day, some organizing online lectures by the distinguished psychologists of the world we have been organizing, we have celebrated Foundation Day of the department also. This, we celebrated the Technology Day of the department in 2021, since it was a COVID time. So we had three online events related to the Foundation Day of the department over the department in 2021. In 2022, we celebrated the centenary of our founder head, Professor Durganand Sinha. And in 2023, we again celebrated the conclusion of the ceremony of Durganand Sinha. So, I welcome all the participants for this year also we are gathered, we have gathered to celebrate the Foundation Day of the department. Whenever we talk of the Alumni Association, we think of an institution which they have all been students, and we all have been students of the Department of Psychology, Allahabad University. We have that connection among us. Now, I invite Professor Kumar to talk something about the department and also about the founder head, Professor Durganand Sinha. Professor Kumar.
Good morning, and it's great to be here and also to see so many of our alumni joining online. I should just state that I am standing in for Professor Pandey, Namita Pandey, who is unwell and who was actually supposed, so you can see her name in the program. So I just thought I should issue this clarification. So I will begin by saying that it is a very difficult and I would say even an onerous task to summarize and compress the history of this illustrious department and the towering personality of Professor Durganand Sinha in a few words within a short period of time. But I will try because this is the task I've been entrusted with. The Department of Psychology, as we all know, was established in 1961 with Professor Durganand Sinha as the founder head. The present stature of the department owes much to his vision, dedication, and institution building qualities. He was a driving force behind the meteoric rise of the department, which soon emerged as one of the premier centers of psychology in India. In later years also, the department took up the leadership role and had an impact on the growth, quality, and professional organization of psychology in India. As many of us who are students here know, from the very beginning, the department started acquiring a distinct identity of its own. In an environment of scarce resources and frequent student unrest, it built up a reputation of commitment to teaching and research. This was followed by a period of steady growth. This is 1966 to 1976. This was marked by innovations in teaching, comprehensive applied research in the area of social problems, particularly intergroup relations. And it would be fitting to mention here that a systematic program of social psychological research into the contentious issues of intergroup processes was initiated and still continues, I'm proud to say, still continues by Professors Tripathi, Ghosh, and Rashmi Kumar. And includes also, I should mention here, these are some of the most widely cited studies in the Indian context. So from its inception, the focus was on doing psychology that was socially relevant. The emphasis was and continues to be on building a strong, vigorous empirical tradition in psychology, tempered by a nuanced and layered interpretation of socio-cultural realities and indigenous concepts. Accordingly, the department has made landmark contributions in the areas of integral processes, social change, organizational psychology, indigenous psychology, and health psychology. And the latter is now a flourishing field, and it is associated mainly with the pioneering work of late Professor A.K. Dandal. Now, the main trends in research and training have been outlined by Professor Tripathi, who remained at the helm of affairs for over 2 decades, which is 1982 to 2002. And major programs and studies were undertaken in several trust areas, covering a wide spectrum of social, organizational, and mental health issues. In the early 1970s, the department turned towards cross-cultural studies, with many psychologists visiting and collaborating with the faculty. Professor Sinha continued to be a major player on the international and the cross-cultural circuit, and became the president, and I think he was also a founder member of the International Association of Cross-Cultural Psychology, a post which was later occupied by Professor Janak Pandey. In the 1980s, the winds of change had started blowing in another direction, even of culturally sensitive psychologies. This trend was again initiated by Professor Sinha, and in the programs in the 1990s, included an emerging body of studies on stress, which sought to explore models, concepts, associated with many innovative studies initiated by R.K. Research have been guided by considerations of solvation and contemplativity. Here, I just mentioned some significant ones, which focus on collective experience. To
तुमने कहा था शाम को अलमारी ठीक करना, भाग गई थी तुम आवाज में.
I think Komal is not audible.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Your voice is breaking.
1 minute there was an issue.
Okay. I think there is something with the connectivity, Mala. Maybe it's the
Okay, fine,
internet.
fine. No, it's okay.
Oh.
Carry on.
I'm almost through. Innovations in teaching include introduction of the doctoral program in psychology with formal coursework. This was as early as 1979. The credit-based semester system with core specialized and practical skill training courses, 1989. And may I add that many of these courses have now been implemented in the university. In human resource development management, which was started in 1997. Social action programs have included Project Outreach and the Counseling Center, which have been very vibrant programs of the department. An international journal, which is Psychology and Developing Societies. This was launched in 1989, mainly through the efforts of Professor Sinha and Tripathi. The journal has provided a forum for psychologists who are concerned with the issues of developing societies, and has also fostered the use of alternate paradigms and methods. This is a biannual publication. In recent years, many new faculty members have been impacted. They will unfortunately be working towards the resurgence of the department. Now, I will speak very briefly about Professor Sinha also. In the preceding account, I think frequent mention has been made of the significant contributions of Professor Sinha in institutional building and in mentoring. So I will now talk very briefly about his personal and professional life, with the caveat that it is not possible to do justice to his many qualities of head and heart. As is well known, Professor Sinha was born on September 23rd, 1922 in Bihar. His early training was from Patna University, followed by an MSc in psychology from Cambridge University. Those of us who had the privilege to attend his classes would often hear him talking about Euclid, whose experiments we also did in our practical classes. He joined Allahabad University as a professor of psychology on the invitation of the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Uichol. Concerted efforts were made by him to establish a world-class institution of higher learning in psychology at Allahabad. This was achieved by promoting and nurturing talent in its colleagues and by selecting faculty with the right values, the ability to work as a team. I remember this is something that he placed great emphasis on when Professor Purnima Singh and I interviewed him long ago. He made this point that you need people who can work together, who can gel together as a team. Professor Singh's academic contributions are immense. He successfully carved out a separate identity for psychology and created a strong teaching and research program. His earlier interests included experimental psychology. All of us have done the anxiety scale, so we are familiar with manifest anxiety. He worked on job satisfaction. A gradual shift in his work was evident from 1960 onwards, where he attempted to maintain a balance between scientific rigor and cultural realities. Thus, he used an eco-cultural perspective for a culture-inclusive psychology. As I had stated earlier, he was one of the founder members of the International Association of Cross-Cultural Psychology, issued the clarion call for using an indigenous perspective, as he strongly believed that psychological science should be attuned with socio-cultural realities. His views were concretized in the well-known monograph entitled Psychology in a Third World Country, The Indian Experience. Human development was another area of interest in which significant contributions were made to understand fear, aggression, language development. He also used the eco-cultural framework for analyzing cultural and environmental influences on various cognitive processes and behaviors. His work on tribal groups is also very well known. Other areas of interest include his studies on motivation in Indian villages, programmatic studies on poverty and deprivation, and building and extending the symbiotic model of the man-environment transaction. The founding of the journal Psychology and Developing Societies under his chief editorship is another one of his outstanding contributions. I will conclude by borrowing the words of Professor R.K. Naidu, who most elegantly stated, this is in the monograph which I think Gokuji had published in the centenary year. Professor Naidu wrote that his footsteps on the sand of time paradoxically remain visible even to this day. Thank you for your attention.
The Foundation Day lecture is organized by Indian Institute of Management, Shillong. Now I invite Professor Rohit Reddy from IM Shillong to please take the podium and start the Foundation Day lecture and also the release of the journal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kavita. Thank you very much. All of you have been very, very diligently, and the way you've taken care of us when we were back in the department, you continue to take care of the Alumni Association similarly. The kind of affection and love which you show and also give us is something which keeps us going, and we continue to lead and contribute to the institutions wherever we are. Thank you very much for doing that. Well, I have this honor and the privilege to introduce the speaker, Professor Uichol Kim. But before I do that, I would request Professor Janak Pandey to please be on the chair and preside over the lecture. And it'd be nice to once again listen to him and his views. While we do that, I do acknowledge some of the important members who are there with us present today. Of course, all my seniors and teachers who are there. Other than that, Professor Sujata Sriram, thank you very much for joining us. You will be with us for the panel discussion. Professor Girishwar Mishra is there, and thankfully, just now received the special issue on psychological studies as well. So we would request you to also talk about the special issue there while we are talking about the other journal release. Professor Shalini Bharat, Professor Leelavati Krishnan, who joined Sinha, who joins Anupriya from US, and of course, Professor Minati Panda and others. Professor R.C. Mishra is there. Thank you very much for joining and gracing this occasion of the Allahabad University Alumni Association, Psychology Alumni Association. With that, it gives me a great pleasure and a privilege to introduce our distinguished speaker for today's Allahabad University Psychology Alumni Association Foundation Day lecture. Professor Uichol Kim is internationally acclaimed for his groundbreaking contributions to cross-cultural psychology and indigenous psychology, where he has played a pivotal role in redefining the discipline. His work has challenged the universal application of Western psychological models and has emphasized the importance of developing psychological theories that are rooted in cultural, social, and historical contexts of non-Western societies. Professor Kim's commitment to indigenous psychology, which resonates so deeply with the legacy of our own department, reflects the lifelong pioneers like Professor Durganand Sinha, a leading figure in Indian psychology. Together, Professor Kim and Professor Sinha had been instrumental in advocating for psychology that is not imported from the West, but is instead derived from the lived experiences, values, and traditions of Asian societies. Their efforts have eliminated the need for values and traditions, psychological theories to be locally relevant and globally applicable, ensuring that diversity of human experience is represented in psychological research and practice. In his own scholarly journey, Professor Kim has explored themes such as collectivism, social identity, cultural values in shaping human behavior. These areas of research are particularly significant to us at the Department of Psychology at Allahabad University, where several of our esteemed faculty have dedicated their work to understanding the intricate connections between culture, identity, and behavior. Professor Kim's research aligns with the foundational ethos of our department, which has always prioritized culturally sensitive and contextually relevant psychological inquiry. Professor Kim's work is not only a cornerstone of modern psychology, but also has profound implications for the field of management, an area that increasingly calls for a more culturally nuanced approach. The relevance of indigenous psychology to management is clear. In a globalized world, where leaders, employees, and stakeholders come from diverse cultural backgrounds. Management theories that rely solely on Western constructs can be inadequate and even counterproductive. Indigenous psychology opens new possibilities for rethinking how management is researched, theorized, and practiced. By focusing on culturally specific values like collectivism and interdependence, which are more prominent in Asian, African, and Latin American societies, indigenous psychology shapes our understanding of leadership, decision making, and organizational dynamics. This approach challenges the prevalent Western emphasis on individualism, competition, transactional leadership models. Instead, it advocates for leadership styles that prioritize community well being, relational trust, and most importantly, moral responsibilities, qualities that align more closely with many non Western cultural frameworks. In practice, this shift has critical implications for global leadership development. Professor Kim's research has shown that leadership models that emphasize hierarchical respect, interpersonal harmony, and long term relationships can be more effective in collectivistic cultures. As organizations increasingly operate in multicultural environments, there is a growing need for leaders who possess cultural intelligence, an ability to adapt management styles to different cultural contexts. Indigenous psychology provides the theoretical foundation for cultivating such leaders. Professor Kim's research highlights how group loyalty, cooperation, and social harmony are often more motivating factors in such societies. This understanding can transform how performance is evaluated and organizational citizenship behavior is understood. Professor Kim's scholarship exemplifies how psychological theories and management practices can and should be transformed by considering local cultural contexts. This approach offers a more human and nuanced understanding of human behavior in organizational settings, empowering both leaders and members to achieve their full potential in ways that honor their cultural identities. This is an important and timely reminder for all of us, especially those who belong to the Department of Allahabad, where we have always emphasized the importance of contextual psychology in our academic and all our professional pursuits. As we celebrate, may I please request Professor Uichol Kim to kindly deliver this Foundation Day lecture. Professor Kim.
Thank you very much. It's an honor, and the introduction is very flattering and actually exaggerates what I have done to date. To briefly describe my background, I'm a Korean immigrant to Toronto, Canada in 1968. And I was very confused because I looked different, I was discriminated, and I really did not understand who I am growing up in Canada. And in order to understand myself, I went to University of Toronto, majored in psychology. But the psychology that I learned did not help me to understand myself, my background, and the community that I lived. Then I went to Queen's University to focus on cross-cultural psychology with John Barry. And 2 years studying cross-cultural psychology was more confusing because the definition of culture and cross-cultural comparison was very Western ethnocentric. Most importantly, psychology that I learned is not scientific because psychology defines science in terms of method. So I learned about experimental method, statistics, but not about content. So how could we study method without content? In science, in physics, biology, chemistry, the focus is on content and methodology is developed to understand the content. So I attended my first workshop and conference in Mexico City in 1984. That's 40 years ago when I was very young, 26-year-old. Now I'm 65 years old. And so 40 years has passed. And the person who changed my life academically is Professor Durganand Sinha, because I met him, I listened to his presentation, and he talked about this decolonizing psychology. And what I interpreted that to be is decolonizing our mind, because we are colonized by Western perspective that claims to be scientific, but it is not. That is my first conclusion. And this is what Professor Sinha taught me. Do not be a carbon copy. Do not imitate American psychology. Develop your own psychology. Develop an understanding of your own culture. And this is the beginning of my long journey in terms of trying to understand indigenous psychology. And what I believe indigenous means the context where we grew up, context where we learn, and context where we learn to relate to others. And also, culture is a content. It provides contents of our knowledge. So now I talk about indigenous and cultural psychology because we need to understand the content and the context, like in physics, biology, and chemistry. However, psychology failed to do so. So psychology that I learned is an ideology, not a science. Business and management that is taught is ideology and not science, because its assumption has to be examined. So if I can share my screen of my presentation. So what I will talk about in the next 45 minutes is the science and art of creativity. Let me just change my. And software of the mind. Let me ask you this question. Who are the top CEOs in top software companies? Microsoft, Google, Adobe. They're from India. How is it possible 40 years ago when Professor Sinha talked about India as a third world country leading top global software companies that accounts for more than 10 to 20% of global economy and driving the change to the future? So India, or scholars from India, or business people from India are leading the world. But psychologists in India are copying American psychology. So there is a contradiction. University of New Delhi, University of Allahabad were leading institutions 40 years ago, but now it's Indian Institute of Technology that is a world leader, generating and developing new young minds. How is this possible? And what is it about India that can produce software engineers, computer scientists beyond China, Germany, Europe, and United States? And it has to be linked with culture. It has to be linked with the software of the mind. So lead India in 2000, when I attended a Nobel dinner, I told my colleagues, India will be the fastest growing economy in 30 years from now. And everybody laughed. They thought it's ridiculous. Look at India. It's a basket case. It's a disaster. Nothing works there. But I said, US, Germany, China developed hardware, mechanical products we need. Indians understand the software of the mind. And my understanding of Hindu culture through my discussion with Professor Ramesh, Tripathi, and Sinha is the development of the software of the mind for last 7,000 years, and it continues. Although the hardware development of society in terms of development is limited, but the software is there. And so what I want to introduce you today is the difference between the hardware, the body, the machine, and the software. And so the book that I edited with John Barry was inspired by Professor Durganand Sinha in terms of indigenous psychology. What is it? We tried to define it. The second book in 1996, I did not call indigenous psychologies. I called it Indigenous and Cultural Psychology, Understanding People in Context, as a new scientific revolution. It's a new paradigm that tries to understand people in context, because psychology has assumptions that we need to question about individualism and collectivism. And Professor Sinha also contributed a lead article to suggest there is coexistence, there is harmony. The contrast between individualism and collectivism is an error. We have to understand individual coexist within a community, and they can have multiple identity and multiple selves. And then what we need to understand, and this is what Peter Drucker, the father of modern psychology, said, assumptions about reality forms a very strict paradigm of culture, science, and management. However, this assumption by a select group of people largely determines how we view the world and what the worldview is. The disciplines such as psychology, basic assumption focuses on what is reality and how to study it. And once you accept this assumption, then they're considered facts and consider what it cannot measure, such as culture, as exceptions. Despite its importance, they are rarely examined and rarely understood. And so what we need to do is begin to examine this assumption. So yes, we have the human body, and psychology focuses on the human body. But ironically, human beings are genetically 99.9% identical, that we're basically the same. We are born with very similar genes. And based on that, psychologists assume that they are universal. And of course, our biology and genetics are very similar. And of course, we are 98.8% genetically similar to chimpanzees and bonobo monkeys. And thus, we study chimpanzees, rats, and pigeons and generalize result from those studies. And this is what psychology has done. However, the more important aspect is the software of the mind. There was the assumption that our genes are fixed. We're born with a particular set of genes, and our brain is fixed. But we learn that through genetic analysis, by understanding neurobiology, we are born up to 100 billion neurons, and there is 100 trillion connections. And we're born with neurons and genes that are not connected. What does it mean? It's like using your cell phone or computer. You have to turn it on first. It exists, but in order to operate, you have to turn it on. And same is true about genes. Our experiences turns on the genes. And the more we experience compassion, empathy versus violence and aggression, more of that is turned on. And the brain cells get connected. So Professor Durganand Sinha knew this intuitively and talked about what do we experience in cities, in rural villages, in families. And so he investigated studies within culture and compared across cultures. So the biggest problem in psychology, we look at the body, try to understand how the body influences the mind and our behavior, but we're discovering our mind and the software that we download from culture influences our body, our behavior, and what we create. So there is an assumption people are just born that way. This is what Americans say. Indians are not as intelligent as Americans because Americans are born that way. Indians are born in a third world country. Then how do you explain the greatest scientist, greatest mind, now the software engineers and computer sciences that are leading the world? Intelligence, personality, natural talent, health, mental illness, longevity, race, and happiness. These are the assumptions of American psychology. But now, after 85, 90 years of research, we can conclude this assumption is wrong. I'm talking about the basic assumption, like believing Earth is the center of the universe. We can verify that is incorrect. But our psychology developed from that area. So what is our mind? What is the software? So if we use the same software like Microsoft or Google, we can communicate. Human beings have software of the mind that allows to communicate. Although our language is different, we are able to translate our language, we're able to translate our experience and communicate. And this is a software of the mind that is the basis of culture. So the difference between chimpanzees and human beings, in summary, chimpanzees can learn and code what they have learned, their adaptation in their genes. Human beings can record their experiences outside our body, and we can educate our children based on the information that is recorded outside our body. This is not possible for any other species in the world. No animal can store information outside their body and to teach children based on this information. So this basic fact has been ignored and we have to examine it. So we can take a canvas, something that is empty. We can take colors, a physical entity, and we could take a brush, something we can use, and we can create a Mona Lisa. How do you do that? Can chimpanzees do that? And the special, unique feature of Mona Lisa is the Mona Lisa smile. It appears that she has emotions, and she's looking at you while I'm looking at her. And she's at the center, and nature is in the background. It represents Renaissance, a different perspective. Rather than being in the periphery, human beings became the center of understanding. And this is the basis of scientific revolution, age of reason, and Renaissance in the West. So the starting point of research is very important. And this is what Professor Sinha taught me and I learned. What is the basic assumption? And so the most popular is Charles Darwin. There's struggle for existence, there are variations that are naturally selected, and this variation is modified and is coded in the genes, even though he did not know genetic information. And based on the environmental change, you can study the change, such as giraffe. Longer neck giraffes survive because they can eat on the top of the tree, and the belief in the survival of the fittest. And so what we need to examine is theories that are most popular and is in all introductory psychology. He viewed that we're driven by basic biological need, considered id. Then we have ego to control our id and superego based on the projection of our parents. And we are driven by 3D level. So what is on a person's mind is sex and violence. So can we describe people in terms of sex and violence? Are we biological chimpanzees driven by sex and violence, need for survival? Can we describe humans in that way? Skinner studied rats, believing that we can study basic behavior of rats and pigeons and to generalize to human beings. And his basic assumption, we're no different from rats and pigeons. Is this correct? And I did a lot of study. Then there's Piaget, a Swiss developmental psychologist. What is the database? His children. He locked his children 3 hours a day to observe them. And my Swiss colleague said, if he did that now, he would be in jail for child abuse. How can you lock up your children to observe, to record? So in this model, the goal is to become a scientist, former operation stage. But the question is, where are the parents? Where are emotions? Where is altruism? So later on, moral development of Kohlberg is basically rational decision-making. Is that altruism? Is that empathy? So do children grow up by themselves in a vacuum? Of course, there is no parents because he was the father, he was a parent. And that was the starting point of research. So Piaget theory is taught as being scientific and objective, but recent studies in neurobiology claim that this is ridiculous. Children do not grow up in an empty environment. Children, feral children who are raised by dogs and chimpanzees do not have human qualities, do not have language, and do not have minds that can be connected. Then there are psychology, such as attachment theory by Harlow and Bowlby. And of course, chimpanzees are attached because once they're born, the monkeys have attached to the mother. So the mother can feed and defend himself or herself. And so touch is very important versus a wired monkey, cloth monkeys, chimpanzees prefer because it's biologically driven. But are human beings attached? No, they're not. When a baby is born, they're 18-month premature. They cannot grab the mother. The only reflex that they have is sucking. So human beings are totally helpless, inept, and we're not attached. And how do we become attached? Through communication, through singing, talking, giving them names. And it's called baby talk. And our minds become attached in addition to physical attachment. So psychology focuses on physical attachment and not the psychological attachment of empathy, of caring, sharing, and nurturing. And so even Neo-Freudian talks about developmental stages, trust versus mistrust at infancy. There is no trust because babies are born premature and they have to develop a sense of confidence or inferiority or identity or role confusion. So there is an assumption of identity conflict. This is not found in many Pacific Islanders, where conflict and identity is part of the community that is solved. And integrity versus despair. Some of these basic developmental stages do not have empirical data to support them, but it is taught widely as being true. And the greatest ideology is the big five, personality trait. And they believe that it's connected to the brain and genetics and biology. And the answer is no. There is no connection that can be identified. But why are we using personality theories? Why are we using it in business, in education? Because it's a multi-billion-dollar business. Companies, Costa and McRae, make a lot of money. There is no science behind it. So just think about it. If I take a personality test and describe myself, it is somehow mysteriously measuring my biology. So my description that is organized into 5 factors, now it becomes absolute. And of course, we know our personality changes through migration, through development, through work, marriage, and children. But the belief in fixed personality is a myth, an ideology, and a big business in the United States. And I collected data, different countries, it doesn't work. There is no validity, there is very little reliability. But we believe this to be the case. Maslow's hierarchy of need. And he assumes that we have to satisfy the basic physiological need to reach peak experience. I visited India. I visited Professor Ramesh in Varanasi, when the Ganges River. They're not satisfying their physical needs. They're meditating. They're spiritually connected. They're denying their needs. Hindus and Buddhists deny their needs to be mindful of their experiences. So is this assumption correct? And based on my observation and based on the data on neurobiology, this is incorrect. And the only theory that makes sense empirically and scientifically is Albert Bandura. It's not nature or nurture. We're determined by nature, biology, or we're determined by our environment. He said, no. We are born into a family with our biology, with a culture. These are resources that are available to the individual. And it also serves as limitations in terms of a height, weight, diet. And the question is, what do you do with it? What do you do with the resources that you have and the limitation that you have? When I visited India in 2002 and met with Professor Ramesh in Varanasi, there's so many limitations, there's so many chaos, so much complexity. And so what do you do in that environment? I was totally lost. I would not know how to survive in Varanasi or New Delhi. But now India is a booming country. It has the highest economic growth in the world, surpassing even China. What is happening? Because all the prediction that the West has made is wrong. And how do you explain the economic development of India and the software industry and the phenomena of Indian Institute of Technology? How can you explain that? Because self is an agent. We take the resources that are available and we set goals that we want to achieve, and we develop skills to fulfill our goal. And this is what is called agent. We are agent of our actions, and we have to understand it. And so he found that people who regard themselves as highly efficacious think differently from those people who perceive themselves as inefficacious. They produce their own future rather than simply foretell it. So Korea was the poorest country in the world 80 years ago. Now it's economically developed. So do we change genetically, biologically? How do we come from the poorest to become an economic advanced country? Because we want to solve the problems that we had. And we had a dream and we worked together to achieve it. If we adopted the American model, we'll be like the Philippines, Rwanda, or Bangladesh. We did not develop the American model. We adopted the Japanese model, German model, and even Soviet Union model. We took bits and pieces from different parts of the world and developed our own model. And I believe this is what India is doing now. So first, what you need to understand is the clear intention. What is the intention that you have? But that intention comes from self-reflection and forethought that you execute. And the intention or the software that is critical is self-observation. I can observe myself and I can evaluate myself and I react based on the behavior and feedback. And based on that, we develop self-efficacy. And self-efficacy is a belief. And belief in the skills that you have to execute, to perform in a certain way. So it combines belief and skills, which is very different from general, abstract, specific behavior that you want to control. So what is most important is to understand the intention, knowledge, and goal. But in psychology, we don't ask that. And the second thing is, what is your belief and skill that you can actually perform? Do well in school, do well in sports, and your performance leads to outcome. If you do well on a test, you get a good grade. Your belief does not predict outcome, like locus of control, attribution theory. They're ridiculous in terms of theorization. You behave, and society determines the outcome in terms of rewards and punishment. And you can increase self-efficacy through experience, but the more powerful is through feedback. In sports, in music, in software development, you get a lot of feedback, and you can change the belief system, the skills you have. And the more important is the social support. Social support helps you to live longer, live healthier, and be happier. And we know that, first published in 1984 in Science. And we know that this is to be true. And social support were ignored in individualistic society because people believe individuals succeed. No, it's not the case. Individuals succeed because they have the support of the family, community, universities, and society at large. And this is how you develop self-efficacy. And so on the left, you develop self-efficacy based on the success. But we learn more through what we call vicarious modeling, by observation. We observe And now we have social media, television. There are many sources of information that we can observe. So if you have to learn through trial and error, it takes a long time. But we observe from others. And so in India, Indian Institution of Technology, students can learn and observe from each other. There's a myth that students learn from professors. I don't think professors and teachers are that effective. They learn from each other because each other serves as a role model in terms of what they are capable. And then through verbal persuasion, social support, then understanding your physiology in terms of, are you stressed? Are you happy? We use information to modify our behavior. So there are different types of control. It can be direct, indirect, or individual or collective. So Americans focus on direct individual control. They think this is the best, primary control. But Indians, or in traditional Indian culture, focus on indirect control. It's called meditation. It's called mindfulness. And American psychology consider that a waste of time. But is it a waste of time? And I'll talk about a little bit later. The other is collective control. You, through society, through companies, you can create reality working together with other people. Why is collective control is important? Peter Drucker said, there is no perfect individual. There are some people who are very rational, very analytical. There are some people who are relational and they have communication skills. And there are people who are very creative. But no one has all these qualities simultaneously. But if you work in a group, my weakness can be covered by my colleague's weakness in communication. I can be very analytical and develop ideas, but I may have difficulty communicating my idea. My colleague can take that information and communicate it. And my colleague, who is an engineer, can take that idea and develop a product. And so collective is useful because our weaknesses become obsolete. Once we are able to work with others with different strengths and weaknesses and focus on our strength, then there is no weakness. But we have to have a common goal. If we have different goals, then we cannot work with one another. This is a problem with American individualism. They're always fighting. There's always conflict. They are always greedy, and they cannot collaborate. And so this is the other. And there is proxy control, that I can do it myself, but I can ask my family, friends to do it for me, like cook dinner when I'm tired. So it's the relationship and collective that is the basis of creativity. But it's also meditation and mindfulness that is critical to our health and well-being. So American psychology only looked at primary control, but that is one of the four possibilities. So I need to briefly talk about biological heritage because there's a lot of misunderstanding. We don't do research on paleoanthropology, physiology, and neurobiology. And so let me introduce your ancestor 80,000 years ago. He is our ancestor. And this is our brother and sister, bonobo monkeys and chimpanzees. We share 98.8% of the genes with bonobo monkeys and chimpanzees. And the question is, do we act like chimpanzee? Do we live like chimpanzee? And this is your cousin. So Homo and Pans are related. And if you go up to the tribe from the genus, then gorilla. Then if you go up to the hominidae subfamily, then orangutan. Then if you go up, then we have hylobats. This is called the great ape family. Biologically, we evolved from the ape 5 million years ago. But what happened that made us different? So chimpanzee is dominated by the alpha male. He's socially aggressive, violent, and there's social hierarchy. And there's a lot of stress, unnecessary stress. Then there's bonobo monkeys, female dominated, egalitarian, matriarchal, and sexually active. And the question is, from which species do we evolve from? So most people believe that it is chimpanzees because we have the alpha males as politicians, CEOs, and we focus on aggression and competition. But that is incorrect. We evolved from bonobo monkeys who are collective, cooperative, and supportive. Human beings survive not because of competition, but cooperation, because of empathy, and because of altruism. And monkeys live in a jungle protected by the wooden canopy, and they live in the Congo Basin, and that's the only place they exist because they're perfectly suited to that environment. But Homo sapiens exist in African savannas. It's a very different environment where there are no trees, no coverage, and it is open. And physiologically, this is what we call morphological difference. One of the difference, we have opposable thumb. So we have muscles in the thumb that we can grip tools. And chimpanzee, it is attached sideways, and thus it cannot grip a ball or type on a computer. Second, the most critical is bipedalism. Human beings decided to walk on 2 feet, and this is related to the ecology because in a hot 45 degrees environment, heat stress is one of the most devastating. And so heat directly acts on your body. But if you walk on 2 feet with hair on the top, it reduces heat stress by 60%. That means you can walk longer to forage and find fruits and vegetables. And as a result, bipedalism became functional and adaptive in African savanna, where you need less water, you can travel more distance. But one of the problems with bipedalism, it created another problem. Women's cervix is much smaller than chimpanzees. Because your cervix, your hip is small because you walk, you cannot give birth to a fully grown child. Because of the small cervix, babies are born 18 months premature. That means babies are totally helpless. And there's nothing that they can do in terms of survival. And so mother has to carry them, and it creates a disadvantage in terms of their survival. And how did human beings survive? And it is connected to the next biological difference is the descent of the larynx and opiate bone. Because we walk on 2 feet, our larynx and opiate bone descended about 2 centimeters. And what it created is allowed human beings to make 20,000 different sounds. Chimpanzees can only make 15 screeching sounds. And as a result, human beings develop language. You need minimum of 10,000 sound to create a language. The different cultures created different language using the 20,000 sounds that they can make. And the sound were critical in terms of raising babies because we would put the baby down and we would sing them a song to soothe them and to communicate with them. And so this developed a relationship, software, connection with the baby that is beyond biology. And because the woman, the mother, was vulnerable, males entered. So Neanderthal began to take care of the mothers, in addition to maternal mothers who take care of the daughters. And this developed a relational closeness so that the woman and men and the child can connect through the software of the mind. And so we would sing baby songs to the child. And what is interesting, when we talk baby talk, it creates happiness in our brain, in medial frontal lobe. So talking to a baby makes us happy. It's rewarding, and it develops a special relationship. And so it takes at least 2 years for babies to be functional, to walk and then talk. And this is based on bipedalism. So what we do as a weak species, we took something in nature raw and created tools. We took one of the most strongest material that is useless and made tool. And this is only possible if you have intention and forethought. And we can combine the properties of stones and properties of wood to make hunting effective. And we want to hunt a deer, so we have an idea. And we develop spirit because we cannot run after a deer like a cheetah because we cannot run fast. And we have the skill to throw the deers to kill the deer. but you don't throw the spear where the deer is. Because when the deer is running, you have to throw the spear where you expect the deer to be. So the deer and the spear arrives at the same time. So human beings think ahead. So we understand human being behavior in terms of their intention, skills, and belief, but not based on the past. Psychological theory said our behavior personality is determined by age of 5. It is ridiculous. It is not the case. You cannot explain human behavior by looking backwards. You have to look at what they want to achieve in the future. And we learn to work together in a group hunting. And this is possible if you have communication, if you are able to communicate with one another. And so group hunting is made possible by communication and coordination of activity. But the greatest challenge, greatest innovation is fire. Fire is the most powerful element in nature and is very destructive, and all animals are afraid of fire, except human beings. We took fire and we control fire to provide warmth at night so we can see at night. And fire provides protection. And so we can survive at night when we cannot see. But the greatest transformation is cooking. All cultures cook food. And you can take potato, but you cannot eat it raw. But if you cook it, it provides a lot of calories. You can take ingredients that are poisonous, inedible. If you cook it, it is edible. So amount and the kind of food we can eat became enlarged. And we can cook meat, which takes 5 hours to chew. But if you cook it, you can chew it and digest it within 1 hour. So chimpanzees also hunt, but they prefer fruits because it delivers more calories. And what did that do to our brain? Human brain is 4 times bigger than chimpanzee. Is it evolution? No. It is overcoming our instinct, our basic instinct, the fear of fire, not satisfy our instinct. And we controlled our fear of fire to use fire to cook food because our brain needs around 2,000 calories per day to support a large brain. And only through cooking, we can have 2,000 calories a day. Chimpanzees can have average around 1,000 calories per day. And what it did is it made our cheekbones smaller and it allowed our brains to expand. And if you look very carefully, which part of the brain expanded with cooking food with fire? It's called prefrontal lobe. We have a protruding frontal lobe. And this is where we make decision making. This is the basis of creativity, rationality, but also this is basis of empathy. This is the basis of altruism. And psychology does not have a clear understanding of empathy and altruism because if you put electrodes in prefrontal lobe, nothing happens. And they thought, oh, it's useless. But this is the executive part of the brain that controls the rest of the body. And we make clay pots. What is the most important aspect of the clay pot? It is the emptiness that exists, that you can put water and you can cook food. So we use empty space. We conceptualize empty space for purpose. And we take clay, formless, useless material in nature, then we shape it. Then we burn it in fire to create a pot. Room, we can use the empty space. Door, the most important part is the empty space. And this is what Hindu culture talked about. Don't focus on what you see. Focus on what you do not see that you can use, and that is the basis of creativity. And so in order to create a cup, you have to have an idea. You have to have natural resources and skill, and you have the efficacy to use fire to create a cup. But the important part of the cup is the handle because it is hot. You create a handle. And cultural differences began to appear around 40,000 years ago. This is when the creativity explosion happened, where we began to design outside of the pot to create a sense of identity that I created. And different cultures created different design. And Steve Jobs is interesting. He said, in the human world, design is not the way it looks, but the way it works. We design computer chips for AI, for language model. So we design. So NVIDIA is a world leader and the most important company right now because of its design, because it doesn't make computer chips. TSMC makes computer chips. It allows language AI to be used. And Steve Jobs had the most successful company in the world, not because he created anything. Steve Jobs did not create the mouse. He did not create the telephone or computer. He made smartphone easy to use using language model that is convenient. And so this is contribution to this area. So we used to live in caves to be protected from the predators. But 3 hours a day, there's nothing to use. You have fire, but what do? What we began to do is began to draw things on the wall. Take what I experienced in my mind and put it on a physical form that would last for 30,000 years. So everything I learned, everything Professor Sinha have done has disappeared. The only thing that exists is his publication. We don't understand his purpose, intention. We can only infer it. So you can draw these pictures as a storage of information. And this is what I call the first information technology. It is information, and technology means useful. Techne, logos. It's useful information because it teaches children what the animals are and how to hunt. And we put our identity into this form. So can you combine a lion and a human being? It's impossible. But 30,000 years ago, we created a lion man in a material that lasts hundreds, thousands of years in a rock. And you can combine ideas that do not exist in the real world. And from this, we began to develop abstract ideas. And this is Venus of Willendorf, the most beautiful woman in Germany 30,000 years ago. So we take what is physical and we use the instruments to create what is psychological. And what do we do next? We begin to develop the writing system, Egyptian hieroglyph in clay. Then the next revolution is to develop the writing system, cuneiform, which is the basis of Western alphabet, Hindi, Chinese, different writing systems were developed. And you can record this information. And we develop abstract ideas that can be stored in writing system. And so this is the basis of what we call creativity explosion, because information can be recorded and shared, and children can learn from this information. And the Chinese invented the paper, where it makes it easier with the Gutenberg press to mass produce information. And so the Bible is the most popular world bestseller. Now we can store information in DRAM, in flash memory, in system chips. And now cloud computing allows to access this information anywhere we go. But it started with art. Art is the basis of technology. And kanji is a bonobo monkey. Chimpanzees cannot communicate, but they can learn symbols called lexigram. And they can learn 50 symbols. I want banana, I want water. And they can communicate. So human beings can communicate with bonobo monkeys, but there's one fundamental difference that separates bonobo monkeys from human beings. They cannot teach their brothers and sisters, their children, how to use lexigram. So when Kanzi dies, everything he learned disappears. And only the biological information through DNA is passed on to succeeding generations. For this reason, chimpanzees and bonobo monkeys have not evolved very much for the last 6 million years because genetic mutation and natural selection is a very slow process. Human beings can record information and share this information. So human beings transform our body, our environment through the software of the mind that is projected in material forms that can be communicated. And globalization means through internet, we can share this information worldwide. Chimpanzees cannot do that. They don't have the biological capability. So around 66,000 years ago, there was a huge volcano in Toba, Indonesia, that covered the earth. And that was the beginning of the ice age because ash cloud blocked the sunlight from coming in. And North America and Europe was frozen. And this is a time when there was a great migration. So there was a collaboration from Europe and United States to decode our genes. And it is the first global collaboration. And now we can decipher the genes so we know who our parents are, relatives are, and also who our ancestors are by examining DNA and also the mutation in the recessive gene. So Stephen Wells is a geneticist at Harvard. He worked with National Geographic. So he took cotton swab and decoded the genetics of people around the world. And what did he discover? He discovered we evolved from a single tribe in Kalahari, Africa, called L1. They had the least amount of genetic mutation. And because of ice age and weather getting colder, they migrated to Northern Africa. And because water level became lower because of cold weather, they migrated to Central Asia. And as weather was getting warmer, some of them went to North America, Europe, and other came to India. That's why people believe Indians are the same Aryan race as Iranians and Germans. Actually, we came from one single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. Then some of the people in India moved to Southeast Asia and all the way to Australia to Hawaii. Others moved up to Central Asia, to Siberia by domesticating animals. They were able to cross North America all the way to South America. So genetically, the reason why we're 99% the same because we come from one single tribe in Kalahari, Africa. So the concept of race is a political concept to justify slavery and colonization. There is no biological basis of race except for the skin of the color, which is affected by UV radiation exposure to the sun. So this is our ancestor 80,000 years ago. So say hello to your ancestor. And these are the children. That is the basis of what we call Homo sapiens. And so Darwin is accepted as theory is true, but there is one species that Darwinian theory of evolution cannot explain. That's human. And he cannot explain contraception because he claims that species try to have many children as possible to propagate their species. In India, people used to have 4 children, 6 children, 8 children. Now you have 2. In Korea, we have 0.73. And we use contraception technology to reduce the number of children that we have. How can Darwin explain this phenomenon? He can't, because we can develop technology to modify our behavior. And Korea adopted the one-child policy where you encourage us to have one child. So does China. So the birth rate has decreased significantly. So psychological theories believe our instinct control our behavior, but this is not the case. Instinct is modified through our cognitions and emotion that leads to outcome, and outcome influence and cognition and emotion. And more importantly, cognitions and emotions are connected. They're not separable. So belief that you can be rational is a myth. It is a creation of Western cultures to understand cultures. So let me just skip this part, and because I'm running out of time, to go to the understanding of genetics and neurobiology. And so human genes has been decoded, and we have around 25 genes. But there is a phenomenon called epigenetics. We're born with the genes with the potential, but it has to be unlocked. It has to be turned on by experience, by our parents, people around us. So a gene, we're born, but it has to be unlocked. And more you experience compassion, more it develops. More you experience violence, it develops further. So you are born with the same gene at the age of 10, but it changes through epigenetics based on your mental health, diet, gender, amount of sleep, and physical health. So gene is not fixed. And what we're discovering, your gene through epigenetics or genetic expression is based on your diet. Your diet can change, and exercise, exposure to disease, smoking, drugs, financial status, night and day, amount of light you see, psychological state, therapeutic drugs, alternative medicine, and social interaction. The most important thing we're discovering, social interaction can turn on a particular gene, connect with other genes, and to create a different behavior. So I work with Gerard Huther, who is a leading neurobiologist in Göttingen, and his conclusion, the human brain is a social construction. We think brain is a biological entity, but he said we're born with a brain, but it is connected through social interaction. So it is a social construction. So human beings can unfold their potential in a supportive community where individuals engage each other and contribute to the room. So we believe there was a fixed brain and we will put electrodes, but this is incorrect because our brain are 10,000 billion that are unconnected, and we have to connect based on experience. And so when we are born with a brain, initially, like walking and talking, brain cells are not connected. But when you're stimulated by particular language, food, and support system, the brain cells become connected. And the more you experience that, then it creates a neural circuit. Like driving, your hands, your eyes, your ears, feet gets connected into a circuit. So after you drive 10 years, you can drive automatically without thinking. And this is how our brain works. We have to connect the neurons. And the most effective learning is through other people, engaging in new activities, learning different things, and our brain cells connected. And so that's why you have the Silicon Valley, Indian Institute of Technology, or what you learn in Samsung Electronics. You learn to connect the brain cells in a novel way. And whenever you have sensation in your body, it goes through the limbic system where emotion is attached. All information has emotional component. And the notion of being objective is a myth. We can train ourselves to focus on just data, but we're human beings and information is connected automatically. And so we are born with body with 100 billion neurons, but they are connected through our experience. But the most important is the parents who provide an environment, language stimulation to understand our reality, because babies are born premature and they cannot be independent physically, biologically, and psychologically until the age of 16. And as a result, parents play an important part. But in Western psychology, there are no parents. There's the myth children grow up by themselves. And we are different because of the software we download. A child is born in Korea and they learn Korean language, enjoy Korean food, which is very different from India. And that's why there are cultural differences. And it is the positive engagement that stimulates our brain that helps us to connect. So children experience joy and happiness when they confront and learn through curiosity. And so the oldest part of the brain is called the limbic system. This is where the sound, smell, and memory is connected. And the frontal lobe is the executive. So the limbic system is connected to frontal lobe. And information from our senses goes through our spinal cord to the limbic system, and we make decisions based on that. And so Dan Siegel looked at 5 different processes of the limbic system: appraisal, motivation, memory, and attachment relationship. But the most important is the middle prefrontal cortex, 9 functions: regulates the body, attune communication, balances your emotions, distinguish fear, ability to pause, insight, empathy, morality, and intuition. These are important aspects of our prefrontal cortex that we have ignored because we cannot understand it. And so, is meditation a waste of time? Indian gurus meditate. They don't do anything else. they don't have any behavior. What are you doing? Why do you develop meditation in the first place? We discover through functional MRI, we looked at the brain when people meditate, and we notice that when you meditate, you're stimulating, you're exciting different part of the brain. And what it does, you focus on the present and your experience, listen to your body and understand the present. And it restores childlike wonder, improve relationship, reduce stress, bolster cognitive flexibility, lower blood pressure, cognition. It decreases emotional reactivity, increases empathy, and manages chronic pain, improve immunity, and support working system. So American psychology ignored meditation as useless. Now, through technology, through fMRI, we understand the importance of meditation. And it is the mindfulness research that is very popular. So Westerners are going to India to find out the value and function of meditation. And we're discovering what used to be considered a waste of time, an important aspect of our life. And actually, through meditation, you can increase your happiness. So these are the 4 happiness hormones. Dopamine is excreted when you reach your goal. Serotonin is a mood stabilizer for meditation. Endorphin is a painkiller. When you exercise, it creates a lot of pain, so you secrete endorphin. Then oxytocin is attachment, close relationship. Holding hands, hugging one another, communicating makes you happy. And these are new phenomena that has been developed. So let me conclude with one study in terms of Harvard study of adult development. And so we know that as economies develop, the happiness diminishes. So economic development and happiness peaks around median income. So Daniel Kahneman, who won the Nobel Prize in economics, studied the phenomena. So dotted line looks at life satisfaction. Life satisfaction increases with income. The more you earn, more satisfied you are. But however, happiness has no effect after the median income. And Daniel Kahneman said, life satisfaction is an evaluation of what you achieve in life. That is income, success, and social recognition. Happiness is based on experience, what you experience day to day. So Indians may not be happy, but when you meditate and when you experience in family, in close relationship, you can be happy. So income and happiness is related because income can reduce unhappy factors such as poverty, but it cannot make you happy. So Harvard did a longitudinal study, 85 years of longitudinal study in Harvard men in inner cities, their wives and children. And what they found was shocking. It challenges all American theories and ideology. And current director said, we thought good relationship would make us happier, but we were surprised that relationship actually predicted who would live longer, grow in a healthier way. The best predictor of happiness, health, and long life is close relationship. It's not IQ, it's not income, it's not personality. So this result, longitudinal study, suggests American psychological theories are biased and wrong. Relationship is the most important. And this is their conclusion. So we did the study in Korea using efficacy, and we found the result. And also we conducted study in Indonesia, who are Muslim. And so what we found in structural equational modeling, spirituality or religiosity, measured by practice of religion and faith, predicts and increases self-efficacy. So does social support from parents in terms of information, emotion, and practical. And self-efficacy measured through self-regulation, resilience, assertiveness, predicts well-being, the inner subjective well-being and flourishing. And we get very powerful good result to suggest spirituality is an important predictor in increasing your self-efficacy and increasing your well-being. So because I'm out of time, I will conclude that empirical studies in Korea and different parts of the world suggest we have missed the most important factor that predicts our behavior, well-being, success, achievement. That's called self-efficacy. It is the mediating variable that we ignore because of the black box model. Then the social support we receive from our family, friends, and now online support increases our efficacy. But religiosity and spirituality increases well-being through the ability to control ourselves. So in conclusion, after 40 years of focusing on context and culture, including religion, we're finding very powerful result and consistent result. And this is the outcome of what Professor Durganand Sinha advocated. We have to develop our own psychology based on understanding of the indigenous context and cultural context. And so, yes, Professor Sinha launched Psychology in Developing Society, but the future, I would like to suggest, Allahabad should launch a journal, International Journal of Indigenous and Cultural Psychology. And I've been talking to Professor Tripathi and Professor Chandra Sinha. Why doesn't University Allahabad launch an international journal of indigenous and cultural psychology? Because this is where it all started for me, University of Allahabad, in which Professor Sinha created the department. But I heard that no one is interested in indigenous and cultural psychology. Most people in India is following American psychology. Then my conclusion, then it won't be scientific psychology. You'll have difficulty publishing, and it will not help you to understand the people, and you cannot use the theory in the real world because it doesn't work. So I am convinced, based on the data, based on the literature review, indigenous and cultural psychology that is integrated with Bandura sociocognitive theory is the only scientific psychology. When you imitate American psychology, you are propagating an ideology, a false narrative that does not work in US, Europe, or in Asia. So I'm taking an extreme view. If you want to be a scientist, a psychologist, you have to adopt indigenous and cultural psychology. And I would like to host an international conference in Allahabad to bring together scholars around the world to address this issue and launch an online open access journal where we are able to share this information freely. So the past is based on American psychology, but it has distorted Wilhelm Wundt's psychology, trying to understand consciousness, trying to understand collective consciousness. Now we have the tools, we have the technology to study consciousness and study human behavior in the family, in school, in organization. And we can create positive change that we aspire and for the younger generation. So this is the vision and the mission that I received from Professor Sinha 40 years ago, but I'm very disappointed. Nothing really came about after his death. So, but I still believe the spirit of Professor Sinha still lives on. And I would like to continue his legacy and to document and create a scientific psychology starting from University of Allahabad. And I think this is what the alumni of University of Allahabad can contribute. We should start learning from each other. American psychology is limited based on 120-year-old ideology that is based on Darwinian theory of evolution. We need to study the software of the human mind and the connectivity and the empathy and altruism that is all part of how we feel and how we behave. So I'll stop now since I believe my time is up and turn it to Professor Rohit, who is the chair of the session.
No, thank you. Thank you, Professor Kim. Professor Pandey is chairing the session. So may I please request...
Professor Pandey, yes. I have not met in a long time.
Greetings from Allahabad to Professor Uichol Kim. It was a great pleasure to hear in a very comprehensive lecture, and I must confess that I do not recall any other lecture which I have heard so comprehensive in nature, outlining the history of mankind from all the perspectives, biology, sociology, culture, psychology, and using the current ongoing jargons like software of mind. It has been done so beautifully that I find myself incompetent to summarize it, and therefore I would not take a role of summarizing Professor Uichol Kim's lecture. He was absolutely clear what he was saying. He was talking with full confidence and organized his lecture covering several parts. I think probably some book is coming out, because at the end he was showing part 6, 7, 8, and it will be a great reading, and we will look forward to it. I would like to narrate a story with Professor Uichol Kim and Professor Tripathi and I had in Australia in 1988. We were traveling to Australia in Sydney, and suddenly we met in a local train. And then Uichol told us, "Oh, you people come from the capital of Asian psychology." That was the expression by a spontaneous statement. And that shows the impact Professor Sinha had created on him in 1984. The International Congress, fortunately, Professor Tripathi and I had also attended. The International Congress and follow-up cross-cultural psychology congress in Acapulco, Mexico, was very exciting because a lot of assertive positions were being taken. And sometimes it appeared that we are against cross-cultural psychology. It was cross-cultural congress. And as Uichol suggested in the beginning part of his lecture, Professor Sinha's lecture centered on decolonizing psychology, and he further elaborated on that today, that as a matter of fact, Professor Sinha was talking at the time, decolonizing the mind. So, because psychology we have is the product of our mind. We construct concepts, we construct theories to understand ourselves. We try to understand others and ourselves by constructing theories, but those theories and an explanation we come up with are the our product of our analytical mind. And when that is colonized, we will come up with same kind of conceptualization. So the struggle in the Congress of International Association of Cross-Cultural Psychology, which was, I do not recall whether it was prior to International Congress or post-International Congress. It was a very exciting conference. Professor Uichol Kim, who worked with John Berry, and John Berry is the name unfamiliar to many people here in the audience or who are attending online this program. I think he respected his guru, respected John Berry a lot, but he came out openly that the cross-cultural psychology has no meaning unless we know psychology at the level of the culture. And later on, he evolves and the trend evolves, and his role has been very, very significant. That it is better to call the indigenous psychology, because indigenous psychology helps us to build cultural psychology. And once we have many, many cultural psychologies, then we can probably have comparison. And at some stage, John Berry also agreed that cross-cultural psychology probably is a mature kind of practice unless we have mature indigenous way understanding ourselves, and many other people of many culture understand themselves, then we can have some stage to have cross-cultural comparisons. So it is not like distributing questionnaire on a sample of 50 here and 50 there and make comparison. It is kind of caricature. Our contribution of Uichol Kim has been very significant. His bold step and academic fighting spirit has led to our intellectual understanding of human nature. And I think today, we are fortunate to hear is one of the best lecture. I do not know, but Rohit must be recording this lecture, and I think it should be made available and at least played in the forthcoming Lao Congress in a special manners. I think Indian audience needs to study, hear him more and more. I would not like to go on and do that. I thank Professor Uichol Kim and particularly Professor R.C.Tripathi for communicating to him and making him to agree to give presentation. It was a wonderful treat, and it is a challenge for Indian psychology. He has given a challenge to psychology in Allahabad, and I think our role to encourage Allahabad, we are not been able to lead. So I hope not only Allahabad, but psychology at India level does some hard thinking to reorient. I see Professor Bhumika. I think this lecture must be heard by your cognitive sciences students. There is a lot in it for them to learn and discuss. Thank you, Rohit. I don't want to go on. You may have probably some discussion session. So
Yes.
you deal with that. Don't ask me to deal with that. Okay.
Sir, please, thank you very much for your blessings. It would not be fair if you don't ask questions, and especially some of the students who joined. Thank you, Pandey sir. Thank you very much. It certainly would be nice to listen to some questions. Students who are there in that hall with Pandey sir and other teachers, and students who are connected online. Professor Leelavati Krishnan was also there. Maybe some of the, of course, Professor Mishra is also there. Would you like to? Any questions, comments? Well, allow me to then have just one, which is, Professor Kim, it does explain the kind of argument which you built in this presentation, explaining the success of Indians in some of those sectors, at least globally. But just being able to explain the success of individuals at a global level will not suffice until unless we've also explained some of the other extreme behaviors. Something like the rising rate of suicides, and that too amongst youth. While, of course, I do appreciate that there is a need to understand that context and what's going on at that level, but what would you and how would you respond to just a mere data fact, which is also representing the Indian context reality today, saying that more and more of, and especially youth, deciding and being in that state. How would you like to elaborate on that, please?
Yes. So I will give an example from Korea because it's a world leader in suicide. Korea has the highest suicide rate in developed countries. We also have the highest divorce rate in the world in OECD countries, and we have the lowest number of children. So Korea's population is decreasing by 200,000 people every year. So the basic problem is we lost our cultural roots. We modernized too quickly. We were very poor. I remember growing up, a lot of people in my neighborhood, the beggars, starving to death, freezing to death. That was around 60 years ago. Now we don't see that anymore. And so we believe if we became rich, if we develop economically, all the problems will be solved. All the problem exists because we're poor. So we put all our energy in economic development in terms of getting university education. 85% of Korean students graduate from universities. And then if we support companies like Samsung, LG, and Hyundai, all the life problems will be solved. Fortunately, the economic problems are largely solved. We don't see people starving to death anymore or freezing to death. But the social problems are exploding in terms of meaning of life, value of relationship. In order to succeed, you have to be competitive and you have to regulate yourself and you have to focus on individual. So Koreans have become extreme individualistic and competitive in order to compete in high school, enter university, or to work in a company. And they become very specialized in a particular segment. So I did research on this domain, and economically, Korea succeed, but the social problems have been ignored, and we became alienated from our relationship, from community, and from religion. Koreans are no longer religious. The spiritual component of our life is virtually non-existent. So some of the children, young people, watch K-pop and K-drama, and so it is looking beautiful. Korea has the highest number of people with cosmetic surgery. We have we sell a lot of cosmetics. So getting social recognition, being successful, being rich became our goal. And we did not invest in our relationship, in our family, in our community and society. But the Harvard study of adult development showed that the relationship is the bond that is necessary not only for human survival, but prosperity and meaning. Once we lose contact with our relationship, then what is the meaning of life? What do I live for? Coupled with failure in life, why would you continue to live when your life is like a jail? When you're tormented by your inner suffering because you cannot achieve what the society wants you to achieve. So, as a professor in business school, I ask people, what is the purpose of business? And they say profit. And Adam Smith stated that greedy individuals will promote social progress. And so, is this what we want in life? To gain as much profit as possible. And this represents American culture. And we're competing with one another. So not only India, Korea, there's high rate of suicides, violence, and fragmentation in the United States. And it is because the goal that we try to achieve. Is this a good goal? And I would raise the same question for India. Yes, India is progressing, economically developing, and you have the super rich and super brilliant. But what about the community? What about the family? What about the relationship? So the reason Daniel Kahneman says people may be satisfied but not happy is because they devote all their efforts in becoming successful. Because we only have 24 hours a day. And if we devote all our time in success and achievement, we lose sight of our relationship. And as a result, we become loners. And loners have high rate of suicide, depression, and they die 10 years earlier. So the most destructive in human life, of course, alcohol, drug addiction. But what is equally damaging is being alone. And our society promotes individualism and being alone. And this is a problem. When you're alone and when you experience difficulties and failures, what happens to your brain? It's called stress. And what is stress? Stress is a lack of coherence, lack of understanding. And a good example, you're walking or you're driving and you get lost and you cannot find your home and you cannot find your destination and you're going crazy. Your brain is going around and round and round and it affects you physiologically. But once you find a road that is familiar to you, then the stress is gone. Okay? And the same environment is based on coherence. So our brain searches for an answer and it keeps going around and round and round until it finds an answer and sense of coherence. So society, Korean society said, if you become rich, you become famous, everything will be solved. You'll be happy and you'll be wealthy and you'll live long. But the results suggest that is incorrect. What makes you happy is the relationship and what you share with other people. So India has known this for a long time in terms of family and community, but they're giving up this basis to be successful. And so what you are pursuing defines you. That's your value. And I tell my colleagues, be very careful when you are successful, when you reach your goals. What do you do next? What will you strive for next? Okay? And so this is a phenomena that a lot of young generation, especially Gen Z, are experiencing because there are not the job opportunities available. Korea had the hottest summer in history, over 40 degrees. Yes, in India, it is 40 degrees and people adapted. And the world climate is a problem. In terms of ethics, what's happening around the world, can you find ethics in Israeli secret police bombing people's handphones and justifying it as a protection? Can you justify Putin invading Russia? Can you justify companies lying to make more profit? or even Google, Facebook, internet companies creating monopolies and not protecting the young and being fair. So these are some of the things that we need to go back. And so I was very surprised to learn about the research on mindfulness in meditation. And now I'm contacting Mr. Prem Luat, a guru from Indonesia. There's too much noise in the world. Okay? And his solution, just focus on yourself, inner self. Don't focus on what you cannot do, what you cannot achieve, but understand yourself and find inner peace. And so he's coming to Korea, and I'm arranging a meeting. So this is a very simple question that Indian philosophers have asked a long time. Don't focus on the outer world, because outer world will not provide you with solution. Focus on your inner world. Find inner peace and find out what you can do. So in India, he was able to close a lot of jails where it was full of violence because people found peace and they can relate to others. So psychology, business, political science in the West is very destructive in terms of its ideology. And even they claim liberal democracy has won. It beat communism, it beat fascism. But look at what is happening, liberal democracy in Germany, France, and United States. In Germany, they even elected a pro-Nazi party in some of the states because of the uncertainty that it has created and the ideology based the political system. So what I know is let's go back to the basic. Let's go back to the beginning in terms of who we are, what we want to accomplish. And so I've been trying to tell people, understand yourself, understand your culture, and also be spiritually connected. So I'm glad Professor Mishira is here because around 2002, I was consulting for a medical equipment company. And when I came to India, it was very confusing. It's very complex. So Professor Mishra, just come to Varanasi. I cannot explain what Hinduism is. I cannot explain what India is. So I went to Varanasi and met Professor Mishra, went to Ganges River, and what he said still stick with me. Let me tell you a story. And he would tell me a story. And sometimes stories will last for 2 days, 2 weeks. And I always ask him, can you send me a short version? Because when I talk to an Indian philosopher, they can talk for many months. And what is that? That's the software. And this is a software that Indians learn to develop by talking stories. But they always start from the present. And through stories, they try to understand the self, nature, relationship, and history. And that is my assumption why Indian culture is software-based rather than the hardware, because 20 years ago, the hardware was a disaster, the airport, the roads, the infrastructure. But it was amazing how Indian philosophers and psychologists would develop the software. So I believe, based on my study in Korea, it is the connectedness, it is the engagement that supports creativity. It's the disengagement, and it is the loneliness. It is the separateness that creates depression, stress, and alienation. So in order to solve this problem, first I need to understand myself, who I am. American theory cannot explain. Even cross-cultural psychology, John Berry, I respect the training, but his assumption is wrong. Culture is not a quasi-independent variable. Culture is not a variable. Culture provides resources, both hardware and software. So I don't attend cross-cultural psychology because it's an extension of colonization based on the methodology and based on their interpretation. And they refuse to listen. Professor Sinha tried to talk to John Berry, Harry Triandis, Garrett Hofstede, but they were very arrogant. They had all the answers and they would not listen. So Professor Sinha, I respect him because he went to villages. He went to different places. He tried to learn. He's one of the most curious person in the world. and very open-minded, not at all authoritarian. And so I learned and I connected because I was just a graduate student. Why would Professor Sinha talk to me and support me through my academic career? There was something special about him in terms of his engagement. But now India has disengaged. They have their own political agenda, their own success and own career. And so Korea experiences, and what I'm afraid of in India is India will become very successful and at the same time very ugly, like China, United States, and Germany, culturally speaking, where we objectify human beings in terms of race, gender, and their position. And we don't appreciate our experiences and day-to-day life. So from Professor Ramesh Mishra, I learned a little bit what Hinduism is living day to day and discovering what is important in life and connecting with other people and getting rid of all the biases and misconception that creates a lot of noise. So modern life, we have too much noise, social media, news, too much information, and we lose focus of what is important. And that's, I believe, the problem with the young generation, because parents cannot tell us anymore because young generation are the most educated, digitally connected in the world. They can find any information that they want, but it doesn't teach you how to live, what to value, and how to maintain close relationship. So in my lecture, I tell students, be careful about the smartphone because it can make you stupid. Smartphone is easy to use, but more you use your smartphone, you're not using your brain. Be very careful with artificial intelligence in terms of ChatGPT because you're not learning through experience. It is a simulated reality based on massive data crunching. It's not reality. It imitates reality. Reality for human being is based on experience, our relationship, our culture, and our society. And Bandura suggests, what do you want to accomplish? What do you want to do? Is it money, fame, power? Then you will have a lot of conflicts. So Professor Sinha said, we have to decolonize. And I believe that is what is the purpose in life? Okay. What are the values that are important? And how do we create family and society? And this is what we want to examine. So yes, India will be an economic superpower 10, 20 years from now. But will it be ugly country like China, Korea, Germany, United States? Is this the model that you want to adopt? And so I am very pessimistic about the older generation, the baby boomer like me, who focused on success, recognition, and wealth. And I can say I live comfortably economically, but at the same time, we cannot provide the same life for our children. And so I think we need to go back to the beginning when University of Allahabad was first created and indigenous psychology was introduced. Why did Professor Sinha, who could have anything in the world, graduating from Cambridge, he was a prince in his community, go to rural villages and do these rudimentary exercises? And so I think there was a spirit in terms of trying to understand himself. So I compare Professor Sinha to Mahatma Gandhi in trying to understand his past and to decolonize his mind and trying to create a connectivity with the Indian society. But Professor Sinha suffered the same fate as Mahatma Gandhi. India ignored him and they lost his way. And as a result, you are seeing problems, not only suicide, depression, suicide, regional conflicts. You will become just like Korea, United States, and Germany if you follow this path. You have to discover in Korea, I'm very pessimistic about Korea because we lost our culture. K-pop, K-drama is not a Korean culture. It is an artificial production we lost our roots. We lost our basis. We don't have children anymore, and we don't value family anymore. And 40% of young generation do not want to get married, and they do not want to have children. What does that mean when you refuse to get married and have children? That means you don't have a future. Children represent our future. And so young people are focusing on the present. So I hope India does not become like Korea, does not become like the United States or Germany. I hope India rediscovers its culture, rediscover its community, and rediscover its connectedness. Suicide is a last form of disconnecting with life, your family, your community, and yourself, because you don't value your life, your relationship, community, and society. And how could we as a society allow this to happen? And I guarantee with the economic success, suicide will increase, depression will increase, stress will increase. Okay. So now India is fortunate. You learn and you know what happens if you go down this path. And we have a choice. As academics, we have to kind of call to a new life, a new path. So unfortunately, Korea has been colonized. Japan has been colonized. Even China has been colonized. They think wealth and profit will solve all the problems, but it ends up creating new problems. And we're passing these problems to our children and new generation. And so digital connectivity, social media, and artificial intelligence is the new technology that we have to be very careful of, because we may lose control of the technology. We have to put human beings at the center, not technology and not profit. So that is my kind of a mission. And this is what I learned from Professor Sinha. And this is a message that I would like to continue. And so let's see what we can do together. So we can talk about it, but talking about it does not change reality. What can we do about it? Can we provide an alternative? Can we collaborate? Okay. I'm coming from Korea, and I'm talking about India. And as Professor Ramesh knows, I know very little about India, but I know its potential, and I can see the direction it's headed to. So can we offer the new generation a viable alternative in terms of what you want to achieve, what is the purpose, and what we value? So I'm now participating as an advisor for International Panel on Social Progress, where people around the world are talking about how do we promote environmental sustainability, governance, and ethics. And I tell them talking about it will not change anything. UN is a failed institution, because even Secretary General said there's nothing we can do. There's nothing they can do. Okay. United States is protecting Israel to kill and promote terrorism in Palestine, in Lebanon, and there's nothing they can do. And so now we have to say this is wrong, and we have, and more importantly, rather than talking about the problem, what is the solution? So now I'm trying to work with a young generation and listen to them and try to connect and engage, because computers and Zoom is very disconnecting, looking at a 2-centimeter screen and trying to communicate, and it is very hard. So my specific goal is, why don't we have an international conference on indigenous and cultural psychology at University of Allahabad to discuss this issue? Because if I regret one thing, Professor Durganand Sinha asked me to come to Allahabad many times, but I told him I'm too busy. I cannot go there. And it's very hard to get there because the airplanes and connection is a nightmare at that time. So I regret not going. But now I'm willing to go there with the mission. We have a conference and we launch a journal, International Journal of Indigenous and Cultural Psychology, because that's where it started for me. That is the basis. And we create and provide an alternative online open access. And it's very easy and it doesn't cost very much. And to have and give a voice, and it has to be interdisciplinary, not just social sciences, humanity, but biology, physics, and chemistry. Because we are, the humans are at the center. So if you suggest an interesting projection for the future, I would love to come. And I would like to co-create. And my mission is continue the legacy, the spirit that Professor Durganand Sinha has planted. And I know Professor Pandey, Professor Mishra, many people who are now retired. And one of the tragedies of getting old, many of your colleagues die and they retire. And everything that we share, everything that we know simply disappears. So we have to record this and we have to document it so the succeeding generation will learn from it. So what we need is inspiration. What we need is engagement. What we need is spiritual connectedness to look toward the future. So Professor Sinha is very different from me, but I appreciated his childlike wonders, under childlike curiosity. And he's willing to talk to anyone and everyone, including me. I was just an MA student with very little knowledge. So I am doing what he inspired me 40 years ago in 1984. That's when I first met him. So we can document and we can continue the spirits and the seeds that Professor Sinha has planted. So this is a meeting of the alumni of University of Allahabad. It has a very long history, but does it have a future? And if you have a future, where do you want to take it? And what kind of society, what kind of psychology do you want to create? So one of the limitations of India is people are too individualistic and people do not cooperate and collaborate in India and create institutions, journals, and organizations. So this is what the University of Allahabad can do and become a leader. So I better stop here because it will end up as being a lecture rather than a answer to a question.
Please, thank you very much. And that's, I think, on behalf of the Alumni Association, we can take that as a challenge. We have a general body meeting after the lunch today. So we certainly take note of both the suggestions and advice which you have. Well, with that, may I please request Professor Amala Sinha, retired professor, Delhi University, Faculty of Management Studies, to kindly do the honors, please.
Thank you, Rohit. Thank you, Professor Uichol. There's really very little I can add after hearing your lecture. It's covered everything that is important for a psychologist to know. It has also straddled very beautifully all that you have said with research based on neurobiology as well as social sciences. You did this comparison about, perhaps inadvertently, that if we follow the Western economic model, we end up with the social problems which the West has. And since Asian countries also are following the Western economic model, the problems we are seeing in India, which you have narrated and explained, suicide and disconnection, is happening in this country. But the best thing about your session was the way forward and the fact that you zeroed down on Allahabad and have suggested the conference and a journal and documenting this completely brilliant new way of looking at psychology, which the Western psychology completely failed and therefore did not deliver. You said we are inspired, and yes, we need to execute what has been suggested. Thank you once more, Professor Uichol. And I'm sure we have many more things to do right now. And I'd ask Rohit, please carry forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Kim. And I'm sure by listening to your lecture, we also have in our middle Professor Sushant Mishra, who is the past president of the Indian Academy of Management and is a professor at IIM Bangalore. And he's there with us to do the honors. While we unveil two of our journals, journals which have continued the legacy and also somewheres or the other have furthered the agenda of the Department of Psychology and the underlying values of what psychologists need to do. So Journal Psychological Studies and Journal of Psychology in Developing Societies both decided to launch a special issue in honor of Professor D. Sinha. And it would be an honor to listen to both the special issue editors while Professor Kim co-edited that with Professor Tripathi. I would request Professor R.C. Tripathi to kindly tell us about the highlights of the journal. And then I would request Professor Girishwar Mishra to tell us the highlights of the journal. And after that, what I would do is we have a message from our director of the Indian Institute of Management. He was supposed to join the meeting today and attend the session, but his flight got rescheduled. So presently, at the point of time, he's there in the flight, so he's not able to join. And then Professor Sushant Mishra would like to make a note, especially to our young scholars, about the kind of scholarship which is expected of them. But certainly, Professor Kim, we do look forward to taking note of those suggestions which you made and trying to partner with as many of us as possible to take this agenda forward. Tripathi sir, would you like to talk about the special issue, please?
Journal which I and Professor Uichol Kim edited, which has been dedicated to the memory of our professor, Professor Durganand Sinha. It's Psychology and Developing Societies. It's published by Sage International. And you'll be happy to know that it's a journal which is read in 185 countries. Not only that, Sage International makes it available to 7,000 institutions internationally. It's published biannually, and generally what we do is that we try to have the September issue of the journal as a thematic issue. Last year in 2023, September, we were able to persuade Professor Uichol Kim to edit this thematic issue, which focuses on how theories get developed and what's the scientific process. And the focus was particularly on societal development, as you may have guessed. Psychology and Developing Society, about which Professor Pandey talked and some other speakers also have mentioned it. Professor Kumar did. We started it in 1988, and the first issue of the journal came out in 1989. The first editor, the founding editor of the journal was Professor Durganand Sinha. We wanted this journal to be different from the journals which are published in Euro-American countries. Because as Professor Kim was talking about, we thought that the historical and the cultural experiences of the people living in these countries are very, very different. And they've led to a kind of a psychology which now is known as weird psychology. It's weird because it's been developed in the West, it's Western, largely based on educated people. The samples of educated people. It focuses on the problems of the industrialized societies, which are basically rich societies and are developed societies. So WEIRD is that acronym. W for Western, E for educated, I for industrialized, R for rich, and D for developed. We wanted in this journal contributions from psychologists of the developing societies on indigenous concepts based on their cultural experiences, not on the kind of cultural experiences which the Europeans and Americans have, about which Professor Kim was talking about. So we're really very, very glad to have somebody like Professor Kim edit this journal. Most of the papers which we have in this journal were procured by him. I was there only to help him. The first paper which appears in this journal is by a very distinguished American psychologist who talks about how personality psychology can be made use of in the developing societies. Some of you, I'm sure, must have heard his name. He is from the University of Illinois, Chicago, Daniel Savoon. There is a paper from two psychologists. Both of them are based in Hong Kong. And this is one name which I'm sure you must have heard of, Sekhon Yang. Somebody who had worked with British psychologists for a long period of time. There's a paper by John Barry. There is a paper by Fatali Moghaddam, who is basically an Iranian, but works now in the United States and is a professor at Georgetown University. There's a paper by two Chinese, Professor Zhang and Professor Zhao. And then lastly, there is a paper by Uichol Kim and Ji-Sun Kim. And those of you who would like to know more about what Uichol thinks about, you would like to read this paper which has appeared in this journal. I would like to show this journal. If you can see this, I don't know whether you can see this journal, but Professor Mishra is going to release the journal. It could not be released last year for some reasons, but I'm glad that this is being done now. Thank you very much, Rohit.
Thank you very much. Do the honors, because Director Professor D.P. Goel passed on the responsibility to one of my faculty colleagues, Professor Priya Alat. May I please request you to kindly do the honors and read out the message and unveil the journal on behalf of Professor D.P. Goel, the director, and of course, Sushant agreed at a very, very short notice on both their behalf. Kindly do the honors, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Professor Kim. I'll be reading out our Professor D.P. Goel's message. Honoring the visionary legacy of Professor Durganand Sinha, the father of modern Indian psychology, whose groundbreaking work indigenized the field, making it relevant to India's unique cultural and social realities. His tireless efforts to build institutions of academic excellence continue to inspire a new generation of scholars, fostering knowledge that is deeply rooted in our society. Let us carry forward his mission to create institutions of eminence that shape minds and nurture leadership for a brighter, more inclusive future. Thank you.
Thank you, Priya. Would you like to unveil the journal as well, please? On his behalf. And
The journal, it's a privilege to do it on our director's behalf.
thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Thank you. Very quickly, I would like to take this honor to introduce Professor Sushant Kumar Mishra. At one of my personal meetings with him long ago, he did mention how he followed my teachers. So I was a little surprised to listen to that from him. But Sushanta has been a great friend and has been following our department. He himself, as a student, a PhD from Ahmedabad, has worked on organizational labor, emotional labor, and his ideas about knowledge hoarding, workplace resilience are quite well published across. He's been, of course, a scholar, one of the foremost within management from India. He is the past president on the Indian Academy of Management. His students have been earning noted presentation awards for the kind of work which they've done under him and with him. And he's presently the editor-in-chief of the Bangalore IMB Management Review and is the chairperson of the Center for Teaching and Learning. So may I request Professor Sushant Mishra to kindly give his note on this occasion. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sushant.
Thank you, Professor Rohit. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to hear to Dr. Kim and also to see virtually Professor Janak Pandey and R.C.Tripathi and many accomplished faculty members and maybe some doctoral students. It's an honor to share some of my thoughts on the future of academia and also a homage to Dr. Durganand Sinha. I'll just share a small slide and I'll stick to my time. 15 minutes has been given to me. I'll stick to that and try to finish it a little before that, maybe. I hope my slide is visible. Is it?
Yeah, it's coming up. Yeah, it's there.
All right, great.
Put that on the full screen, please. Yeah, yes.
So what I will be doing is I'll talk about the current state of research and publication and what would be a true homage to Professor Sinha. That's what my talk will be, around 10 to 15 minutes. So as you see this citation of Dr. Sinha's work, I'll talk to this pioneering work, right? And I'll build on this point of an Indian psychologist, right? So as Indians, I feel proud about it. Now, if you look at the current academia and the process in which we are doing our research, the focus is shifting towards publication, and publication is just a means to propagate research or the scientific work we do. And usually, traditionally, the focus was on our research, and publication used to be a means to disseminate our findings. So it was used to be a genuine human efforts, and we used to follow a rigorous process to establish the linkages. And the concern was not for ourselves, maybe for the society. and we are curious to contribute, understand the phenomenon, and hence it was more towards the future orientation, not just about the present orientation. And hence we gained respect from the society being in academics and doing some meaningful research. Think about the journal Science, and it says it fulfills its mission to advance science and serve society. The focus was beyond, right? Doing something meaningful to the society. You look at nature, again, it says we believe in the transformational power of science and its potential to drive positive change in the world. Again, concern for the society, concern for the bigger world. Lancet is a great journal in the medicine field. And what they say is, we believe that through extraordinary partnerships, the science we publish can be used as an instrument to accelerate action to advance health and health equity. And Journal of Applied Psychology, it emphasizes the publication of original investigations that contribute new knowledge and understanding to fields of applied psychology. We want to contribute to this body of knowledge and probably understand, provide more understanding to our field. Administrative Science Quarterly is a great journal in the field of management, and it says dedicated to advancing the understanding of administration through empirical investigation and theoretical analysis. The focus was never on ourselves, probably more to understand the field and more to contribute to the society. So the focus was on research, and hence, because we focused on research, we gained respect from the society. Now, there is a transition has happened or is happening at a rapid pace that we are shifting our focus from meaningful research to publications, and it is happening fast. And I'll share my thoughts on this. Publication has become an end in itself. We are giving more importance to publication than meaningful research. And you might be knowing about the publish or perish phenomena. It is happening. And unfortunately, we in India also borrowing these concepts from the Western context. Either you publish or perish. Now, in the pursuit to publish, I'll share some academicians who have published. For example, one academician, well acclaimed, he or she has published 41 papers in this year. The year is not yet over, 8 months. So on an average, 6 days to publish a paper. And if you can look at the content, it is history, marketing, religion, you name it, stock markets, leadership, gamification, sustainability, ethics, you name it, all the domains are there, right? Similarly, another faculty, he is publishing in 7 days, one paper, again, across different domains. And there is another faculty who has published 68 papers so far on an average of 3.61 days per paper. And this numbers, focus is shifting towards publication. And probably one faculty who said, why in 2 digits, let's cross that. And now 102 papers. And one interesting faculty from IIT Delhi, he has published more than 200 papers in a year. The point I'm trying to bring here is, what are we doing as academicians? I'm trying to highlight that our scientific research, our community is in danger. We are moving from rigorous research to rigorous faking of research, curiosity to contribute to curiosity to publish, concern for the society to concern for ourselves, our growth, and maybe some incentives. It was shifting from a genuine human efforts to a fake human efforts, and nothing to concern with the society or the field. It's all about present orientation, our own recognition. We are losing respect. Hence, our profession is in danger, and we as academicians probably need to do something. I'll share with you one, the editor-in-chief of this journal, it's a well-known journal. He has 17 papers in this journal. Similarly, you can see authors do favors to each others. As associated editors in different journals, they form their own coalitions and try to publish. And the special issue guest editors sometimes decide the contributors first before looking at the papers or before the submission starts. And authors, potential authors, and our new entrants to this academics, they are in a race to please the editors, posting pictures, praising them, roaming around them in conferences. So apparently, the pursuit of knowledge has been taken over by networks. How good I am building networks. Networks also not to learn, understand the phenomenon, maybe just to please others to publish. So the focus has shifted from research to publications. And not only that, we say what is the impact. So the focus was on our citations. A recent post in the Nature, the journal, they are saying the citations are being purchased. If you pay $300, you will get 50 citations. If you pay $100, you will get some 100 citations. $500, you will get some citations. So this entire endeavor for meaningful, good research has been gone. And as all of us know, the predatory journals, they are increasing day by day, it's increasing. And in addition to that, the researchers also being affiliated to different institutions, right? Why? Maybe the institutions want that their rankings should go up in some of the rankings, and hence being in that list, it helps them. So the focus is more on prestige-driven or society-driven than the real genuine concern. And the retractions are increasing. This is just a paper in Nature where they're highlighting it's a bumper year, maybe in a sarcastic way, that we have surpassed 10,000 retractions, right, in 2023. And we celebrate some of those. We celebrate the 2% among the scientists, Stanford and some other ratings. Unfortunately, the percentage of top 2% scientists with retractions, we are leading that list. And the recent view of Peter Higgs, he told to the Guardians, I wouldn't be productive enough to get a job in today's academic system, where researchers are expected to constantly pump out research. He is a nice person that he used researchers, but probably I don't think these people who are pumping out publications are actually researchers. I mean, we need to be very careful about using this word. The question I'm highlighting here is, are we contributing to our irrelevance? Much of today's business school scholarship is far removed from the actual practice of management. I'm quoting from the management stream. By cutting practitioners as an audience out of the loop, probably we cut out reality from the academic cycle and lack of managerial relevance. And that same applies to our basic disciplines, including psychology. We are just publishing with some incremental or minor improvements, but without looking at what is happening. For example, when Dr. Kim talked about, I experienced being from Korea, that there is discrimination, there is a difference, and that helped him to pick up these topics. Those aspects are missing. We are just there to publish, not to do some research. So publication has taken the center stage, and actually we are not doing research. Can we move? Can we as academicians make an attempt to again turn it back from focus on publication to let's have focus on research, real research which have some implications to the society. And to me, that would be a true homage to our persons, including Dr. Durganand Sinha, who have believed in research. I don't think he believed in the publications. And he had get that legacy of psychology in the developing world, and probably we will do justice to his work and many such people who have sacrificed their life for a cause by doing some meaningful research. And probably that would be our contribution to the people who actually did a genuine human effort to understand. We say being in the university or in the higher education institutions, we provide opportunity to give others, our students, the personal and intellectual platform they need to advance the culture, preserve life and guarantee a suitable human future. And could anything possibly matter more than that? Don't you think being in academics, we have the potential actually to shape the thought process of our young generations, maybe our future generations? And we say journals are the outlets through which our scientific effort comes to light. And probably the journals can also come forward to help genuine researchers and help we, the community, to regain their lost glory, our respect. And here comes the role of psychology and developing societies. Can we help researchers to regain our lost respect? And that would, to me, would be a true homage to Dr. Durganand Sinha. With this, I wish all my best things to this journal, and hopefully they will live to the legacy of the four founders, including Dr. Durganand Sinha. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Mishra. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for doing that honors, and especially how you've connected the ideals of Professor Sinha and what we learned back there in the department, and the struggle which all of us continue to have. And I'm sure with people like you who a lot of young scholars look up to you with the kind of contributions which you made in the country and to the scholarship, it is very well respectable. Thank you very much, Sushant. With that, may I please also request, well, I need to mention this. It was just at a very, very short notice that Professor Mishra agreed. While he was interested in attending the event and listening to Professor Kim, I knew of that, but I had not known that he would agree, that he would grace the occasion and he would do it so beautifully and making the biggest point. Thank you, Professor Mishra, for agreeing and contributing to this engagement. Well, thank you. May I please request, it just had happened while we wanted the issue of psychological studies also to reach, but there were some glitches, but coincidentally, they have reached just now, only in the morning. So may I please request Professor Girishwar Mishra to kindly enlighten us about the highlights of the issue and what they had set up as their agenda to talk about the legacy of Professor Durganand Sinha, please. Professor Mishra is there? Yes.
Is he there, Rohit?
Ma'am, yeah, he was there. It seems it's
He
dropped off.
was, but I think he did message me that he
Ma'am.
was out of Zoom for whatever reason.
Okay, all right. He may have got disconnected. So, ma'am, would you like to take over and tell us, because you're also part of this journal, tell us about the special issue, and of course, then we move on to the second stage as well, doing the panel discussion. So please.
Let me just take 2 minutes to talk about what psychological studies planned. We picked up a journal, an article written by Professor Durganand Sinha, which was published in a SAGE journal, Decolonizing Psychology. And we thought that since this was published in 1965, and since it's more than 50 years, let's ask our scholars how much we have been able to do what Professor Sinha envisaged in his 1965 articles. So we, welcomed contributions and commentaries from authors. We are very, very, grateful that we got contributions from seniors like Professor J.B.P. Sinha, as well as a lot of juniors also. So we had a spectrum of people who contributed to
the idea of decolonizing psychology and what the current status is. So this journal, this special issue of the journal focuses on the idea of decolonization as envisaged by Professor Sinha and commentaries and views by scholars who decided to talk about and convey the views. So this is what the special issue is all about. Okay. Let us now come to the last event, but last though not the least, it is a panel discussion on leveraging psychology for a better society. I think Professor Kim, in response to Rohit's question about increasing suicides, etc., in currently that we see, has from the experience of Korea and talking about the other side of development, I think he gave us enough warning of being careful about and careful about this other side of development. We had something similar in mind, and we were interested in trying to explore what would be the role of psychologists in leveraging psychology for a better society. This is our gratitude to Professor Durganand Sinha, who not only, worked tirelessly for the discipline of psychology in the country, but also created a center of advanced study in psychology, which nurtured many of us who are now working in various institutions and trying to keep this flag, ahead of all of us. So this panel discussion, and I would like that the panelists give it a chance to speak much more. And I'm also looking at the watch. It's going to be 1 o'clock. So we have 4 panelists. Professor Anand Prakash, who was a former professor, as well as the Dean of International Relations at Delhi University. We have Shalini Bharat, who has been the Vice Chancellor, Director of Tata Institute of Social Sciences. We have Professor Sujata Shriram, who is Professor at Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And we have Rumana Siddiqui, who is Professor of Psychology at Aligarh Muslim University. All of these people who are going to contribute to the panel discussion have been known for their contributions to the field. As psychologists, and I think all of us would agree, that psychological science can help us to understand the why. We want to understand what is happening around us. We also want to inform what best to do with the given situation, and also to think of ways and means to prevent such things happen in future. As psychologists, we are all interested in contributing to the well-being of individuals and building a resilient society, and also inclusive. I think these are the words that were there in, I think, when Rohit was speaking. And that's the ultimate aim of all of us as psychologists. Now, our panelists are going to deliberate on various contexts and aspects of well-being, like higher education, health, youth and stigma, and mental health, and environmental issues. These we see as important concerns, where psychological knowledge from psychology and inputs from psychology can help to build a better society. We look at the discipline of psychology research as one part of the equation. Science also needs to be applied, which is why it is important for psychologists to disseminate their findings to key stakeholders. In many psychology seminars, I have been constantly hearing that we have not been given that much of importance by policymakers. We would obviously not be talking about it, but one way to overcome it is disseminating what we have been finding in our research to the various stakeholders. There is therefore a need to create a bridge from the science to the field, and I hope this panel discussion will help us to move in that direction. I think all of us are also aware that with the development that is going on in the country, there are various concerns which are there. And these concerns need to be understood. We need to explore how various psychological principles can be applied to understand these concerns. We also want to discuss the role of psychology in shaping policies and creating cross-cultural, disciplinary inputs to solve some of these problems. We would also like to use psychological interventions to build a better society. Now, with this very brief introduction, I would like to welcome the panelists. Each panelist, and I have informed this to the panelists yesterday, that they would be given about 20 minutes to talk about these three questions: how psychological principle can be used, to discuss the role of, how policies can be shaped, and the kind of interventions that they think would be needed for a better society. We would begin with Professor Anand Prakash, who would be speaking about higher education and well-being. May I request Professor Anand Prakash to please go ahead?
Thank you for inviting me to be part of this panel discussion. And it has been a matter of delight to listen to Professor Uichol Kim and also the subsequent discussions. Now the agenda before me is that higher education and students' well-being. This issue has been coming to center stage of my thinking and discussion sometime 6-7 years ago, due to certain events taking in the vicinity, in the environment. And I was almost compelled to think that despite the fact that primarily I've been working in the area of organizational behavior, but mental health and education, they both have serious issues and important issues. So I try to understand. So first, what I'm going to do, I'm going to set the context, and then I will ask a few questions and try to answer that what have I done and what can be done. Second thing happened that I was invited to be part of UGC committee under the New Education Policy 20, where a committee was constituted by UGC on a physical and mental health committee. And this committee term of reference was to make certain recommendations for improving the health in general and mental health in particular of students studying in higher education in this India. And then I started looking at the scenario. So this was the second reason. And third, I got involved into a project developing a tool which are technology driven. We are now going to work on how we can bring artificial intelligence engine into diagnosing on a mass scale. Currently, the situation in India is that around 58,000 institutions of higher educations of all kind, including management universities, deemed universities, private universities, colleges, and different kind of institutions are working. And close to 44 million students are studying in institutions. And the quality of student services made available at the institutional level are far from desirable. the student support services, which are normally provided by almost all the excellent institutions across the globe, is not there with the Indian institutions, higher educations. This brings to a very important understanding, and having spent almost 4 decades in the institutions of higher education as a teacher, not only as a student. If I add my student days, then come close to almost 5 decades. Now this tells me that gradually there are only 3 points in the academic session of an institution where you see the burst of energy. One, when the admission is taking place. Second, when the election is occurring. And third, when the examination is happening. So I've been wondering that why this burst of energy is taking place only at 3 points of a time, admission, elections, and the examinations. The remaining period of a time, there is a very low level of experience energy in the campuses. Is this indicating certain kind of symptoms about the health of the campuses and health of the members of this campus? So this was the first thought that occurred to me during that time. And then looking into some of the alarming reports, and Kim Uichol was also referring, there was a study recently 5 days ago, India Today published an article 5 days ago, and which was indicating that what is the state of affair scenario. 67% of the students, that the sample that they have taken, are feeling hopeless. Look here, the paradox is that education in the higher education is always about the future, and there cannot be hope, there cannot be future. Future visualization is always with the hope. And if there is a hopelessness at the 67%, right, then this indicates that there is something, alarmingly wrong with the way higher educational institutions are running. One study of 30,000 students in the higher education, these 1 or 2 indicators I'm mentioning, which are very recent, just to draw your attention about the seriousness of the issue, seriousness of the problem, that what is happening. And the study which conducted on 30,000 college students in India, 69% of the youth reported very clearly that they even cannot recognize certain symptoms of the pressures, certain symptoms of low energy experience, and then suicidal ideations. 69% are just not aware that this is what is happening with them. I'm not going to all the details of these suicides which are taking place in various institutions. Now, if this is the alarming signal, despite the fact that the government has given this kind of a regulation that all institutions should have certain kind of a psychological services to redress the grievances and difficulty of the students, but we all know that the state of affairs are quite disappointing in all these institutions. Now the question comes that how do we understand and what kind of approach should we take to handle this scenario? And what psychologists, behavioral scientists in general can do by looking into the kind of research, kind of teaching, and kind of intervention, or at all 3 levels, what they can think of doing. And what is the perspective that we take of looking at the prevailing scenario of the mental health issue and the psychological well-being of the students in the campuses of higher education institutions. And then I come across a different kind of perspective. When we started looking, I found that different kind of perspectives which are very important. Recently, along with Dr. Purnima, Professor Mishra, we are part of the committee of the UGC, which has the responsibility of drafting a course on LOCF, Learning Outcome Curriculum Framework, under the National Education Policy 20. And then I realized while going through all the documents of the policy that one of the major shifts currently coming, and this shift has a potential to make this situation worse in the times to come, because the entire policy, entire approach to the higher education is getting shaped by what is being referred as the neoliberal perspective. Look at the kind of choices which are given to the students, that if they want to take exit after first year, they are welcome. If they want to come back after 4 years, they are welcome. I have nothing wrong offering academic flexibility to the students. But the agency of taking a decision solely rests with the student. So it is also giving a message that this entire process is creating a new sense of loneliness to you, because policies had to come up with certain kind of institutional mechanism by which these decisions would be supported or facilitated by certain kind of process to where a student can approach and try to understand that what kind of issues and what kind of problem they are facing. So this neoliberal perspective with the combination of liberal humanism, where a student is made to feel more individual. He is not being made to feel as a part of the community. This is the message which is very evident if you look at the policy document very clearly, that these views that the relationship between higher education and well-being through the lens of neoliberalism, and this emphasizing the importance of economic competitiveness. For what? You have to be economically competitive, and it is your responsibility to prepare yourself to adapt to the changing demands of the labor market so that you can become employable. So one of the agenda for the modern education, particularly into the Indian context, is turning out that we have to produce the employable graduates and employable students who are able to respond to the challenges of the labor market, and it is now their personal responsibility for their own well-being. So now this message is creating a very serious implications for psychological well-being of the students. This is the one. The second perspective with which I try to look into is the critical perspective. This perspective is the relationship between higher education and psychological well-being is also shaped by the power dynamics. The kind of power dynamics which prevail, right? The experience of inequality, the experience of inclusion and exclusion. Though psychologically speaking, we all are same time included and excluded as well. If I am included in something, I am also excluded from something beside this point. And third is the social justice issues. So three issues are becoming very critical in the institution of higher education: the power dynamics, the inequality, and the social justice issues. This emphasizes the importance of addressing systemic barriers. Look here, we all have experienced, and I experienced in the last 4 or 5 years before my superannuation, before my retirement, that a greater and greater number of administrative responsibilities are coming to the teachers to do that. And therefore, there is an experience, there is a greater pressure, as Professor Mishra from IIM was also indicating, there's a greater pressure on publication and less on the research. So even if you do less research and publish more, that's this kind of lopsided emphasis by the institutions is creating serious implications both for teachers' well-being as well as students' well-being. So this is the second perspective with which we like to look at the issue of higher education and the students' well-being. The third, there are many more, but third, these three I have chosen for my subsequent understanding and doing the research for doing that. And third is that what we call as the social ecological perspective, which includes number of ideas, students coming from different part of the country, speaking different kind of languages. So this diversity issue coming to the campus and the semester system in which we're all racing against the time to achieve the given academic targets, there is hardly any time left to create a sense of what you call warming up, or bringing everybody to a certain common temperature, breaking the ice, right? Students coming from diverse background, different kind of languages, rural-urban divide, and more so, many of them are also coming, suffering the technological divide, the digital divide. What is being referred? Now, all of a student coming to the portals of higher education are not given the kind of attention which they deserve, right? Before they are actually, taken onto the journey of academic learning, growth, and development. So these three, the socio-ecological perspective is a very important and critical, which also includes the psychological perspective for understanding the campus and the well-being, is that it is the importance of creating a supportive environment for the students. Idea, any one of you who have the idea that how the Delhi University campus economy operates, North Campus particularly, those of you who have experience, they know that the entire economy of the North Delhi campus is run by the students' money. The amount of students living in the hostels and PG accommodations and the kind of market which are flourishing. So sometimes I wonder what kind of supporting environment is there for the students, rather they are left to fend for themselves and to worry about their own, because they also have to compete and make themselves meaningful into the labor market. Now the question here that's important, based on these three perspectives, the question which need attention from all the behavioral scientists and particularly from the psychologists and mental health practitioners. Now, how do higher education shape the students' well-being? Are they creating a greater sense of alienation? Are they creating a greater sense of hopelessness? Or are they providing certain kind of support at the community level to address their issues related to the psychological well-being? Now, another important that how do student experiences and perspective shape their sense of well-being? And right from the morning into the lectures of even Professor Kim Uichol, it's very important that how the different kind of relationships within the group and the communities, the learning teaching communities, what kind of relationships are being formed. Remembering Professor Sinha, I can say that, the great deal of psychology I learned while interacting with him outside the classroom, talking to him, going to the conferences, sitting with him, discussing, listening to his stories, right? And that gave the idea that how actually psychology affects me and how psychology shapes me, looking at the different kind of. There are two instances that I'll mention just to highlight the issue, that what kind of a community and relationship perspective we have created in the campus, which I experienced as a student at University of Allahabad with psychology department. The one time he was traveling to Delhi during the 92-95 time. He often used to travel Delhi, and he will make it a point to call me on the phone. And once he called, but I was not there. Those were the days of the landlines. Those were not the days of mobile phones. So in the evening, he called again, and I picked up the phone, and he said, "That's Anand." I said, "Yes." "तुम तो बहुत बिजी हो गए हो, तुम और नरसिम्हा राव दो ही लोग बिजी हैं दिल्ली में, बाकी कोई बिजी नहीं है." This was his way, very, very touching way of, bringing him and the concerns. And it also had a very subtle message, which much later I was able to decode. So the second thing is that I was working in the department at Allahabad, and I was to get married, and I went to him, "Sir, I am going out for a week. So whom should I give leave application?" And he said that, "Are you on a master role, making dams here? You have informed me, go, arrange your classes, ask some of your friends to, engage your classes. Classes should not go unattended, and go." So this was the second experience, direct experience. And in both the messages, I could see that he was a person who was continuously giving input for me to start becoming a critical thinker, rather than accepting things the way they are given to you. So start looking at things which are not normally available to the common sense. Now this also give an idea that this was the kind of community, this was the kind of a relational perspective in the institutes of higher education I was referring to when I say that there has to be social ecological perspective for understanding the psychological well-being. I am not going into the definition of well-being, that how it has been conceptualized by various psychologists, how it has been addressed, and what has been done. So this brings to the final, aspect of my talk. Then how do we conceptualize the health issue, the mental health challenge of the people? And so one major understanding which comes to and then I got in touch with the psychiatrist who had a very, very roaring practice in Delhi, very well-known psychiatrist working with the area of the mental health. And then we started, meeting, discussing, and I started spending, more time interacting with them to understand psychiatrist perspective on the mental health, which are primarily equipped to pharmacological intervention. Psychology is really into therapy and the talking, approach for dealing with the issues of the mental health. So I became a person understanding that the mental health issue is not only something that can be dealt by making interventions into the psychology of the individual. It has also to be seen at the intersectionality of person and the cultural context in which he is living. So the intersectionality of person and this culture in which he is living, and culture I am saying the resource, as Professor Kim Uichol defined it. So for me, that definition is very handy now. Culture as a resource, and how this resource is getting utilized or not getting utilized, or how this resource is visualized by the person. Because if you look into the reasons for the students' well-being, you will find that the academic pressure, the parental pressure, the societal expectation from the self, insecurity about the future, all those variables and other kind of things are mostly the cultural products which are happening as a result of interaction between a person and the environment. So we thought develop a kind of a model, and this model perhaps would be able to understand and explain. And then we started we say that finally we develop a kind of a model which is the 5 components included into the idea of mental health, which includes the self, relationships, the home environment, the work environment into that, and also there is one factor which I'm forgetting. And then we thought that how we can try to understand. So we started meeting and interacting and talking to the people, and then an online questionnaire was being developed into that. And then named it as the stressometer. This is available on online kind of a transaction. This is called as the stressometer. And this stressometer was based on the same assumption that a lot of it is psychological, but good part and the critical part is also it's cultural, which is lying at the intersectionality of individual and the culture. So the first paper, when it got published in the Journal of Psychiatry, we were encouraged, and then we started doing the diagnosis and other kind of a thing and use this for the students. And we say that, what kind of stressors and things are students doing it. And based on this, and the opportunities came in our way when we were working to UGC, mental health committee. And while making the recommendations, we made recommendations, and I still remember it, and Purnima can add if I'm forgetting something. That's the recommendations were that each institution of higher education should have a center, resource center, in the form of a mental health or student services, whatever name you want. If the mental health seems to be very stigmatized term, then we can say that student services center or a student resource center, and this should be run by a competent, a professionally accomplished psychologist, and he should be running it independent and have the multiple responsibilities of addressing students' problems related to all kinds of issues which are coming into the campuses and contributing to the well-being, psychological well. Effort was we say that let's support promoting this model. This can be used to institutions of higher education. But the challenge, and that's where the challenge is, that how do we bring out and the current state of affairs of the resource allocation is concerned. Resource is demanded from that they will have to allocate certain kind of a resource, or you will have to design this center in a manner which is capable of generating its own resources and taking care of that. Now, this is one of the systemic barriers which is important, and inequalities impacting student well-being into the higher education. The number of depression, suicidal case, and the sense of alienation that's getting created in the society is primarily caused by that, the neoliberal thinking and policies that become competitive, acquire skills, find yourself employable, and then you are the person, and this will follow. But unfortunately, this is not going to happen in the way it is simply conceptualized into that because of the cultural issues, because of the cultural perspective with enter into the philosophical debate. The second aspect is that can educational institution come out with policies, and if they've come out, practices, and can think of creating cultures that will prioritize students in totality as a person, as a human being, as an agency, not only as careerist. Students not only as a careerist, the student also as a human being, which is which enables him to get a sense of inclusivity, that I'm included. This alumni associations which are created, this is also an effort to do that. But do we also feel a kind of emotional connect with the institutions which has nurtured us in one or the other way, leaving different kinds of impressions, different kinds of marks on us? So what processes educational institutions are doing to create when they are inside the campus? Suddenly, once the campus is left, then there are all kinds of messages and pressures and social activities being done that let's have an alumni association. Now, when I was studying in the campus, I never felt that I'm being cared by the institution. So once I become alumni, why should I feel involved? So you find that there is a very different kind of things being done, and whether institutions can take this by creating more mental health friendly, more student friendly, treating students not who are entering into the mind, with the way corporate is also using the term talent. So human beings are being reduced only to the status of a talent. So all kinds of processes have started in the name of talent, talent development, talent, retention. So everything is talent. Beside talent, I also have so many other things in me as a person. So beside earning a career, I also have certain other kinds of needs, desires, wishes. Is there a place? Now, if all things cannot be done by educational institutions, can there be other social institutions like family, like social groups, like community, like different kind of associations? Can they be formed which also share the responsibility of contributing to the mental health and well-being of the students? I think I have taken the time allotted to me in this. So looking at it from these three perspectives, the gigantic or the enormous problem of mental health in India. So can we examine it? The neoliberal, where individual is made more individual. He is left to fend for himself in earning a career. The support systems to do that. Are they there into that? Why people who get placement in the first year are congratulated? क्योंकि उनका जो होना था हो गया. Let's congratulate those students who have not found a placement, क्योंकि उनके साथ कुछ भी हो सकता है. So they are more potentiality and possibilities who have not gone in place. So why successes are only to be celebrated and successes of particular kind are being celebrated. So this somewhere has to be looked into very critically. I am not saying that this cannot take place, but for promoting students' well-being means also preparing a healthy citizen for tomorrow, who will be contributing to the society, who will also be running a family, who will also be making impact in the society in different way. And if the well-being is seriously hampered during the student days, the future of any society or future of any educational process, maybe more economy. But as Professor Kim Uichol has said that, but what will happen to the health, overall health of the society and the nations? Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Anand Prakash. I think we are all wanting to create a more holistic, engaging environment for students in our academic institutions. Because that's the way forward. Can I now request Professor Shalini Bharat?
Yeah. Thank you, Purnima. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So, respected Professor Tripathi, Professor Naidu, Professor Janak Pandey, Professor Mishra, Professor Kim, who we heard just now, my co-panelists and my ex-colleagues and friends from the psychology department, fellow alumni and scholars and students and guests in the meeting, very warm greetings of the day. Let me begin by paying my most humble homage to the memory of Professor Durganand Sinha, my guru and mentor, on his birth anniversary. A lot has been said about him, so I'm not going to say anything more, but I consider it as my deep honor and a privilege to be participating in today's panel discussion on this important occasion of his birth anniversary as well as Department's Foundation Day. And I sincerely thank the Alumni Association for inviting me to be a part of this August gathering. Now, time is of the essence here, and the broad topic, as Purnima has said, is about leveraging psychology for better society. And I'm going to speak a little bit about, how do we leverage psychology for better society through public health field. We know that there is a fundamental relationship between health and development. And India is actually facing the twin burden of non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and so on. And also simultaneously, the communicable diseases like STDs, HIV, TB, hepatitis. Now, the cost of public health care in this phase of epidemiological transition, as we call it, with twin burdens, is really huge for the country. And there are, of course, other causes of morbidity and mortality too, like anemia, malnutrition, extreme weather conditions, heat waves, accidents, violence, and burns, to name a few. Add to this our demographic transition and environmental challenges, and we find India's public health to be really under grave stress. It is difficult to precisely measure the full burden of poor health, equally as it is to gauge the scale of human potential that could have been unleashed by positive health and well-being if there was no or less, ill health. But what is clear is that there is a very interactive and non-linear effect of human factors as well as structural factors impacting both ends of the spectrum, the ill health and the well-being. Behavioral science has a significant role to play in promoting health and well-being, preventing diseases, and sustaining post-treatment health. Strong public health programs in any country and strong policies are based on a sound understanding of health-related behaviors and their context. So I'm not going to just emphasize behavior, but the context, structural determinants of health, and the skillful and imaginative application of behavioral theories and evidence for practice or interventions. It is the applied aspect of behavioral research that is of great interest in the public health field. For example, WHO's goal for behavioral research are applied in nature. It says to contribute to planning and policy decision-making and to improve healthcare delivery models. Behavioral science adopts an interdisciplinary approach to understand human behavior and apply that knowledge for impacting individual and population health. The field is typically involved in using evidence to develop and evaluate simple to complex health interventions for common good. And here I'm using the term behavioral science mainly to imply psychology, because behavioral science, otherwise I'm very mindful of the fact that the term also includes behavioral economics, sociology, anthropology, and such other. In fact, if you remember, it was Daniel Kahneman's Nobel Prize for Economics in 2002 that actually brought special attention to behavioral science. And recognizing its importance, the UK government actually created a very high-profile behavioral insights team with the mission of helping UK organizations apply behavioral insights for social purpose goals, including for public health. Of course, there also, it is not so much psychology, but economics which rules. But what it says is the importance of behavioral science and behavioral insights for, providing insights to policymakers and program planners. Now, we all agree that development has a human dimension and that the public sector is all about people. But in India, the social science discipline that is most closely engaged in understanding the human psyche, the individual behavior, social relations, subjective well-being, which is, of course, psychology, I find is not as prominent in designing public health policy and programs. By no means am I implying here that Indian psychology is less robust or less evolved, or that it is less attuned and sensitive to problems in our society compared to other social science disciplines. In fact, quite to the contrary. My understanding is, and this is my observation, and I could be, there could be a contestation on this, but my understanding is that this is because public health issues are far too complex, varied, dynamic, situational, and contextual. They are interconnected, multifaceted, political, and above all, operate at multiple levels from micro to meso to macro. These therefore require a multi and interdisciplinary treatment with some clear actionable endpoints. While psychology as a discipline in India has been largely academic, which is nothing wrong, individual-centric, which is the focus of its subject matter, but non-committal to a degree for field action. For most parts, it also exists in a kind of disciplinary silo in the country. But Indian psychology has a great deal to offer to public health. And in fact, the more I have engaged with public health, the more I have found that psychology could give what public health field does not have. So the first point I wish to make is for psychology to adopt multi and interdisciplinary, cross and transdisciplinary orientations in teaching, research, and practice in order to leverage its full potential to impact the public health discourse. With the national education policy, with all its flaws and so on, this is now possible that students can get to be able to be cross-disciplinary while they are studying. So the point I'm making is that psychology and psychologists need to engage with multiple other disciplinary theoretical perspectives and research methodologies. And this, in my view, will result in more holistic, comprehensive, multidimensional research projects done in multiple geographies with the goal of addressing public health problems of and in the real world setting. Besides, I'm sure we all agree collaborative science is the need of the hour, be it in tackling rising suicides or mobile addiction or stress and alienation or health stigma and marginalization or issues of relationships and so on. So now the next and the second related point I wish to make is that to promote and engage in implementation science, that is the science of bridging the research to practice and practice back to research gap. Implementation science, as we know, is both a study of methods to promote systematic uptake of research findings for practice and the actual application of evidence. Again, the role of Indian psychology needs to be more prominent in policy and program designing. And my understanding here is that it is because quality psychological research is somehow not reaching the right audience like the policymakers. In the public health field, evidence-based policy and practice, or EBP, or sometimes we also call it the evidence-informed decision-making, is the norm. And that's true even for India. It may not be in all fields, but in the health field, especially what I have seen in the HIV field, evidence-based programming is really the norm. And this approach actually helps in the efficient use of resources for more effective implementation of interventions. And the National HIV Prevention Policy is a good example of a data-driven policy and program design. In this context, I would like to draw attention to, I'm sure people here know, to the human-centered design approach, which provides a very useful entry point for behaviorists in India. This approach involves psychological science, among others, and engages actually with the intended users in all stages of developing interventions. So the community has a say, the community has a role to play in what is being designed, for the so-called, gains for the community. And it's interestingly, it is reported to have its origin in psychology and has been widely used in designing interventions for addressing public health issues like somewhere I was reading about unsafe menstrual practices or even, increasing access to mental health services. So promoting implementation science would entail completion of what we call as the knowledge cycle framework, comprising knowledge creation, and then when you create that knowledge, you appropriately disseminate it and then timely utilize it. So in other words, psychology with its very strong research tradition can provide the much needed data for evidence-based policy planning in the country. At this juncture, therefore, a serious analysis of both the quantity and quality of data generation within psychology, their social relevance, the quality of publications, and translational value of that research for action or intervention will greatly help in assessing where we stand as a discipline with contemporary relevance for public health. And I'm very mindful and sincerely appreciate Professor Sushant's presentation where he's drawn attention to this publish or perish, which has been there for, even when I was a student. But it's becoming coming to a very dangerous level. And I think we are really at the mercy of publishers and so on, but that's not the kind of research and the publications I'm referring to, but hardcore research, and which was meant for, public health policy and planning. One of the questions we ask in evaluating public health interventions is, what works? My third point is related to this point and to the role of psychology in evaluating field interventions using various approaches such as the RCTs or the randomized controlled trials, the so-called gold standards in evaluations. I'm not very, fascinated by it, but yes, in some situations and conditions, RCTs matter. Or in doing quasi-experimental and case studies designs, in developing robust measures like indicators of positive change in attitudes. And believe me, such kind of measures, indicators are not there in the public health field, or they are there in very sparse manner. And we can also, psychology can also measure or provide measures of levels of community agency and empowerment and self-efficacy and self-support, or process documentation guide, which can help in transferring learnings from one site of a intervention to another. Public health interventions actually undergo rigorous evaluations before they are made part of government policies. So why the emphasis on evaluation is because they have to prove, before the proof, the concept, proof, we need to be very sure about what is being done. And so after rigorous evaluation only, they can be made part of government policies. One of the steps involved is in identifying the most effective components or active ingredients. In other words, the behavior change techniques, which has worked and which are observable and measurable, and which can explain the effect. But in community-based intervention, emphasis is also on identifying what is the underlying process of change. And psychologists, I think, can best contribute to the evaluations of interventions and uncover the active ingredients even in community-led interventions. Psychologists can also contribute to building the theory of change and analyze adoption behavior of population groups as new ideas, new concepts or technologies. Like today we have so many new technologies which we are not able to avoid. As Professor Kim says, we are probably going into the wrong path, but somehow we are finding ourselves in this jungle of, various apps like health apps, sensors, smartphones, digital platforms, telecounseling, online social networks, and tools like HIV self-testing home kits, which of course have not yet come to the market, Indian markets. So I must make that mention here. So as they are rapidly getting introduced as part of public health interventions, I think psychology has a role to play. These technologies are unique because they do not require face-to-face interaction. And they therefore need a fresh understanding of user profile and behavior. The use of AI in public health is also gaining importance. So all these new technologies can give useful health information and generate data on real-time basis. And industry is therefore investing so heavily in the mHealth market. Psychology can contribute in various ways in exploring the levels of digital literacy in diverse population groups, the digital divide that is being talked about and how it is impacting people's lives, their acceptance and intentions to use new technologies, the challenges in doing so, the perceived and real opportunities, as well as barriers in introducing new tools, and so on. And who gets to actually use these tools and what kind of other impacts such tools will have. And such kind of data will help policymakers and program designers find a way forward in introducing tech solutions for improving population health. I think as behavioral scientists, psychologists are also stakeholders who can also contribute to the development of user-centered health technologies. If we care to look at the literature on AI and mHealth, we'll find that these are very interdisciplinary teams, and psychology has a place in this. But this field is still in its infancy, and research is required to answer a host of questions around effectiveness of mHealth technology. For example, and these should be taken up as research. For example, do dietary tracking apps or wearable sensors help in weight loss as against cognitive strategies to modify lifestyle? Are there adverse impacts due to long-time use? Should these be introduced in obesity prevention and management programs? And if so, at what age? Such questions need to be taken up for research. Similar questions can be asked of online social networking sites as well. Do these help in health information dissemination and health promotion? In the context of HIV, one of the unintended effects of online dating and meeting apps and networks is that the very important and very useful peer-led outreach and red light district-based HIV prevention strategies among sex workers have actually become outdated and obsolete. But what is happening on the flip side is that it is increasing the risk and vulnerability to HIV of those sex workers who can't now be reached online, and they cannot be reached offline as well. This is an actual public health issue facing HIV prevention programs. My fourth point is related to the above observation, and I wish to emphasize on the criticality here of embedding individual behavior within the socio-structural context, because individuals are not always rational, they are not free agents, and because context matters, as we have heard in Professor Kim's talk as well. Locating health problems within the individualistic behavioral paradigm alone can be problematic, because then the onus to be healthy, to avoid risky behaviors, and to adhere to treatment, for example, falls entirely on that individual. Doing so would imply that poverty, gender, levels of unemployment, and other difficult living conditions, unaffordable healthcare, and environmental pollution, etc., as though they play no role. And we know that structural factors sometimes override the individual factors. And besides, we also know that individuals are influenced by the traditions, norms, and practices of groups and communities of which they are a part, and which groups, and these groups also have stakes in well-being of their individual members. So this is particularly true of those who are vulnerable and marginalized, whether on account of physical disabilities or queer identity or HIV and TB positive status, etc. Now today, there is enough evidence that communities of marginalized people play a central role in responding to their common issues and advocating change in government programs and policies. In fact, as early as the mid-90s, in HIV prevention programs, communities of sex workers and gay and transgender people gave the clarion call, "Nothing for us without us," and "Community at the table," to ensure that public health policy and program designing were inclusive and participatory activities. Psychology can analyze the group-level socio-political and participatory processes as well as the intra-individual level psychological processes to understand what enables and what obstructs the instrumentality of community agency and empowerment for desired outcomes. My final point relates to the use of theories in public health interventions. It is widely recognized that interventions based on one or more behavioral science theories are more effective than those that lack a theoretical framework. And actually, there are interventions which do not have a sound theoretical framework. Now, psychology, I think, is the one discipline that has somewhere, I think, the maximum theories. I may be wrong, but wherever I turn to, I find the theories are coming out of psychology. So they have offered, many theories like the theory of planned behavior, health belief model, social cognitive theory, theory of reasoned action, social ecological models, social network, and so on. So there is a need to now evaluate the role of these theories in addressing public health issues in the Indian context, because I do not find large interventions or, there are some, of course, but not really, grounded so much in the Indian context. So psychology can help build the evidence base for application of theoretical frameworks for diverse set of population subgroups to address the dimension of social inequalities and inequities in public health. And over the past decade and more, there are new principles, and something which has got attention is the nudge principle, which has been widely discussed to improve population health. Especially, it has been referred to be giving a good fillip for, I think, the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases. So the concept of nudge actually just refers to giving a gentle push towards desired behavior. It does not involve incentives or punitive fines like many other interventions do. Rather, it includes warnings, reminders, information, disclosure, and such other, and allows for freedom of choice. Now, nudge interventions are, as I said, found to be, preventing NCDs and for overcoming the last mile barriers in using available services. So these interventions, however, need field testing in Indian conditions, and I think psychology needs to be in the forefront. And I say this because other social sciences are just as invisible in the public health field as is psychology. I think I've exhausted my time, so I don't have time to go through any examples. So I'll stop here now, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Shalini Bharat. I think you pointed out, and this is not just true for public health, most true for various other, issues and problems and areas, that we need to look at the individual more holistically and embedded in a context, which is largely missing in the way we are of approaching the issues which are there. So thank you once again. May I now request Professor Sujata Shriram? Sujata, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure today. I seem to be the cuckoo in this room because unlike everybody else or many other people here, my association with Allahabad University is very tangential. And Professor Durganand Sinha had come to my alma mater, Lady Irwin College, when I was a faculty there. And he did address a lecture there in terms of looking at psychology for the developing world, with a specific emphasis on looking at poverty and children growing up in poverty. And that had a very marked influence on me. Again, his stature was something which is undeniable. So once I will address that. And I will go on to address, a couple of pointers actually that emanate from Professor Kim's talk, and also some things that came from Professor Anand Prakash's talk. So my work has been in Tata Institute of Social Sciences, more in the field of training of counselors and clinical psychologists. And though I'm not a counselor by training myself, nor am I a clinical psychologist, so I'm really a cuckoo in the room. So it's also awkward that, I'm speaking at this time when it's close to lunchtime. So it's also a bad time to be speaking to a large group. I can also see on the number of people on Zoom that Zoom room is rapidly shrinking. We started out with 100 when Professor Kim was talking. We're now down to 48. So I don't know how many people are there in person, but I'm sure I'll be coming in between them and their lunch as well. So on the issue of the importance of the IITs and the IIMs also now, they are the temples of modern India, as we like to call them. Also, some of the, why did Sundar Pichai or Satya Nadella become as vital as they did? Question that comes up, would they have become as important if they'd continued to study in India? Question, maybe we need to look at that. But I think what we really need to examine is also from some of the work that I've been doing in Kota, which happened a few years ago, but this came out of a study where the Tata Institute was approached by the district collector in Kota to examine the spate of suicides of young people. And when we went to Kota, it was a very dismal situation. We spoke to students, we spoke to parents, we spoke to a number of stakeholders. Because we wanted to understand what the context of Kota was. Because I think there's been a lot of talking about Kota and the Kota experience, but nobody really seems to have enough detail about what was the entire Kota situation, the context, the ecosystem all about. Again, why were all these young people coming to Kota in the first place? The interesting part of it is relates with the importance of getting into two kinds of educational programs. One is engineering, and engineering in the IITs, of course. After that, if we didn't get into IITs, then yes, the regional engineering colleges. If we didn't get into that, then maybe the state engineering colleges. If we still didn't get into that, the private engineering colleges. The choice was quite large for the engineering students, actually. And the other field was medicine. Again, the golden goose there was the government medical college. That was the thing that most aspiring students coming to Kota were looking for. But again, what you did see was the fact that these were young people who'd been herded into this place, very often away from their places of origin. Again, interesting to see that many of these young people were coming from places where government engineering and medical colleges were not really there. So which meant that unfortunately the states of North India were heavily represented. So while Rajasthan, makes sense because many, its Kota is located in Rajasthan, but you had students coming from UP, from Bihar, from Chhattisgarh, from parts of Madhya Pradesh, from all over. We didn't have too many students coming from either Maharashtra, because Maharashtra has a robust CET in itself and enough engineering colleges there. Again, we didn't find many students coming from either Telangana or Karnataka, which again have their own local systems, especially for engineering. So we had this whole lot of these young people coming with very little in terms of support systems. They were in class, literally marched into class, herded into class. Again, a lot of segregation within the classroom, none of which helped in terms of their mental health. Very little in terms of support systems. You didn't have a collaborative, cooperative system amongst the students there. The emphasis was only competition. Who's going to get this highest score? And again, weekly tests, we were amazed and shocked and dismayed to see that the results of those weekly tests were displayed on the notice board. Not just that, parents were informed about the scores, which then meant, there was a lot of this almost like public shaming that happened, which didn't really contribute to positive mental health. There was very little in terms of counseling or mental health support available in any of the coaching centers, whether the large ones or the small ones. And the problem wasn't just there. When you look at the kinds of hostels that these young people lived in, the emphasis was on single rooms. Single rooms, you may not even come downstairs to the dining hall to have lunch. All your meals happen in that one room, and that's your life after you come from class. So you are in class from, say, very often 8:30 in the morning till 5:30 in the evening. You came back to your hostel room to do homework, have a meal, get some sleep if you can, and it starts over all over again for the next day. That's the life that we are condemning a whole lot of young students, young people to in Kota. Again, unfortunately, Kota as a phenomenon is not unique. You have local quotas available. Latur in Maharashtra has its own system in place for the so-called repeaters. You have in Hyderabad, you have its own system related with Narayana coaching and things like that. So there are local level, these kinds of coaching institutions as well. Somewhere we need to examine the role of coaching in the entire educational phenomenon that is there. Why is it that young people today have to go for coaching? What is happening within our educational systems that our teachers cannot provide enough sufficient knowledge, information to, and here I'm talking about school students, okay? At university level, maybe the teacher doesn't matter, though I don't really agree with that. But, why is it at school level? Teachers are not, able to provide enough input. Why is it that all students, and it'll be a very small proportion of students in class, and this, I can talk very authoritatively about what happens in class 8 onwards, but actually coaching starts as early as class 1. So you have children, again, people who will say that it's because of working women. Nonsense. Nothing can be further from the truth. It's not because women have started working that children have started going for coaching. I think the issues are much more rooted with what happens within education. Are schools losing their relevance? That's a question that I think we need to ask. And that's where educational psychology needs to answer these questions. That's a vital one. The other thing relates with what are the expectations that parents have from their children. Very often, children going to Kota do not know what they want to study. So this is where there is this huge lacuna as far as career counseling is concerned. We do not provide any substantial career counseling for our young children. Children go into doing science because parents tell them, or best friend tells them, or family friend tells them that साइंस करना अच्छा है, फिर इंजीनियर बन जाओगे, इंजीनियर बनने से काफी पैसा कमाओगे, गूगल में काम कर सकते हो, Amazon में काम कर सकते हो. So again, the fact that we have students who take up science in class 11, which means that they would be about 15 years old after class 10 exam, they take up science without knowing anything about what science is all about. Again, there is this constant devaluation of the social sciences. As an aside, I will say that many of the students who apply for a master's in psychology in the Tata Institute of Social Sciences are all failed medical students. At least 80% of them would have wanted to sit for the medical exam, wouldn't have cleared it, and then now psychology becomes their default option. While psychology is trending, and from what I've heard among students, psychology is really trending, but we also need to look at what's happening in terms of who are the people coming in for psychology. The other thing when we look at what's happening with psychology is also what is the kind of psychology that is trending. There is a great more emphasis that's put on clinical and more clinical psychology, less counseling psychology, as compared to the other branches of psychology. Coming from the field of developmental psychology myself, I really feel that as a field of psychology is extremely vital and important. Cultural psychology, again, we don't really teach it. We teach culture as an offset of psychology, not as a cultural psychology, as a discipline. Social psychology is again becoming less and less relevant, unfortunately. The other problem is the way psychology has been co-opted by the management schools. I know there are people from management here. I have my own reservations about the way psychology has been co-opted by them. And again, I don't really agree with the directions that management has taken psychology. Again, very often, the psychology used by management is very devoid of culture and context. As it is, when you're looking at clinical and counseling psychology, there is the other two issues that come up. Professor Singh, please tell me when I'm close to my time. I tend to get on my soapbox. I'm talking on issues which are very close to my heart.
I know that. So another 5 minutes?
Okay, great. So, when you look at what's happening in terms of clinical psychology, the emphasis is heavily biological. It's not looking at context. It's not looking at culture. You're looking at biology and you're looking at diagnosis. Counseling, on the other hand, but when you're looking at counseling training, we emphasize the Western theories, again, very, very, very individual. There are very few counseling training institutions in India which focus on systems theories, which bring in a cultural context, which look at the entire emphasis about how culture and context affects individuals. Again, looking at systems such as the family and how the family can provide a strong value base for young people. I come from the Center for School of Human Ecology, the Center for Human Ecology. We called ourselves the Center for Human Ecology very consciously because we've derived a lot of strength from the work done by Bronfenbrenner. So using the bioecological model comes very automatically for us. So looking at people within the context helps us see about how things can be brought about in various spheres, whether you're looking at assessment, whether you're looking at intervention, whether you're looking at implications. All of these can actually be brought about very clearly using the bioecological model. I know Professor Kim talked about the work done by slip of the mind, by the work done by, if somebody can prompt me.
John Berry, are you talking about?
No, not John Berry.
Bandura.
Yeah, by Bandura. So observational learning. So, while observational learning is an extremely useful and self-efficacy principles, extremely useful, but I really, I would prefer to use an ecological model which gives a much wider, more holistic understanding to issues of mental health. Lastly, I would say that, psychology needs to also understand the issues of another age group, which is extremely vital, which public policy has ignored till COVID, and that was the elderly. I think I need to say this, that the fastest growing mental illness in India today is not depression, it's not anxiety, it's dementia. And that's linked directly with the fact that we have many more elderly today as compared to what we did many years ago. And as a result, the elderly are also, we have very little done in terms of public policy looking at the needs of the elderly. We have a national policy for older persons, but it's there on paper. We are really not looking at how do we action it. What are we doing in terms of operationalizing it? And that is where there is this huge lacuna between what we see from data and what we need to do in terms of policy. And on that note, I will end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sujata, for keeping also the time in mind. Because I know you and others and those who are there at Allahabad are all waiting for their lunch. May I now invite Professor Rumana Siddiqui? Rumana, are you there? Rumana is going to be joining from Allahabad. She is in Allahabad today. Rumana?
Yes,
are you
ma'am,
there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Respected Professor Tripathi, Professor Pandey, Professor Rashmi, Kumar, Professor Kumar, Dr. Kavita Agarwal, all my colleagues, my friends, and thank you, Professor Purnima, for giving me this opportunity to be part of this panel. It's a real honor for me to be part of this panel discussion. Though I was not taught by Professor D. Sinha, but I did have this chance of meeting him, and his personality was very overpowering. So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so I'll just maximize it. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So I'll be talking about environment and getting it linked to well-being. And as we all know, I don't have to focus on the seriousness of the environment crisis that we have landed ourselves in, because we all are aware, and directly or indirectly, we have been confronting the impact of environment. So the crisis has escalated to a point of no return. But when we see at the scenario, it's just like we are discussing, we are talking, but not doing much. And as a psychologist, I had the privilege of doing my PhD in this area. So it's a very emotional topic for me. And what I found after doing a PhD in this area, that despite the fact that the issue was very visible, it was impacting people, it was impacting their day-to-day life, but we have this tendency of brushing it as a society. Okay. So even at the international level, if you look at the issue, how it is being handled, we all are aware of the seriousness of the problem. But when it comes to the implementation at the policy level or at the societal level, we are not able to take into cognizance the seriousness of the problem. And as a result, we are suffering from it, but we are not able to do anything. So every now and then, even in India and at the international level, we are seeing there's an incremental change in the climate, whether we see the rising temperature, the rising sea level, or the episodes of drought which develop as well as developing nations are facing. And these things are disrupting food and water resources. They're changing the agricultural conditions. They're changing the land use and habitation, and they're weakening the infrastructure, which basically are displacing entire communities. So it is encouraging what we refer to as ecological migration. And this brings in a lot of a lot of problems along with it. So there is an issue of climate change and environmental degradation. The other is that it is affecting the marginalized society. I mean, it is the influence is augmented as far as the marginalized communities are concerned. And if you look at this scenario, like we have been aware of the health consequences, the physical health consequences. So there's a lot of research as far as the physical impact of environmental issues is concerned. And since a large section of population are facing these issues, they are also not adverse to the impact which it has on the quality of living. But because on a regular basis, what we are seeing that there is a backlash from nature, whether you see what is happening in India in terms of the landslides, the cloud bursts, and the floods that recurringly we are facing. So the physical consequence, the impact on the physical health is very much researched and it is well evidenced. But when it comes to mental health, I think we have not taken into cognizance that climate change also is impacting our psychological health. So it's, in a way, you can say it's a lesser known fact, or it has been overlooked, that climate change not only affects our mental health, but it is a risk. And this is the focus which I'm going to take. I mean, this is the focus of my presentation, that it is not only the physical health impact which is important, or which is a problem due to this environmental crisis, but there are psychological issues also, there are mental health concerns also. And we as psychologists cannot overlook it, and we need to do something about it. So when we talk about mental health, here I'm not only focusing on mental disorders and mental illness, I'm also including the state of mental wellness, emotional resilience, and psychological well-being. So I'm taking a more broader perspective as far as the impact of environment on mental health is concerned. Now, the human symptoms of climate change are unequivocal and potentially, we can say it is irreversible. So, And since it is affecting the world in a big way, we need to basically do something about it. Now, there is a lot of evidence which is suggesting that somewhere we have been downplaying the personal risk which we encounter due to environmental hazard. And because I think the common belief is that somewhere nature has a self-corrective mechanism. And over a period of time, nature will take care of itself. So we need not think about it much. And we are in a state of denial. And we feel that the problem is severe, but we, as a 10 individual level, we cannot do much about it. So it leads to a sense of apathy, a feeling that people think that by on their own, at the individual level, they cannot do anything about the environment. And as a result, they sit comfortably and wait for technological they want technological solutions for it, or they want policymakers to make some difference, for example, green energy or some policy changes, so that at least the environmental issues are tackled in a very effective manner. So most of us, I'm sure, are not experiencing the environmental calamities in a very direct manner. So but we do experience it in a very vicarious manner, as Professor Kim was talking about Bandura, and Bandura did talk about vicarious experiences. So when we are looking at those episodes of environmental calamities and people are being washed off, or the people are wiped off, the entire villages are being wiped off, even the agricultural lands we are losing a lot of agricultural lands. So people are being affected by those. So we need not be personally affected or directly affected, but vicariously we are somewhere experiencing those stress and distress, because we feel that in future we might be confronting these issues of the environment. So what I'm arguing is that it is important to locate climate change within the discourse around mental health, because the frequency, the intensity, and the duration of climate change is affecting everybody, and it is on the rise. So acknowledging mental health consequences basically of climate change helps the mental health community to anticipate certain patterns of mental illness, for example, PTSD, for which many people who have confronted these disasters on a personal level, they do experience these syndromes when after later on. So when these occurrences are becoming regular, for example, forest fires, you must be aware of the flash floods and landslides and the rainfall also. So they create a sense of panic amongst people. And I think a few days back also on your TV sets, you must have seen that every city was on hold because of incessant rains. So it's just like a flood-like situation even in the cities. And as a result, it's causing a lot of distress among people who have to confront these realities on a regular basis, or during that period where they are confronted with these problems. So now scientists are getting interested in the mental health risk of environmental crisis. But the problem is that we are aware of the crisis, we are aware of the severity, but when we look at research as well as policy, we see there's some complacency in taking real action to combat these issues. And as a result, people are left to suffer on their own. Now, on account of the regularity with which we are facing the crisis, there is a certain amount of eco-anxiety which every individual is experiencing. Naturally, those people who are living in low-lying areas, they are confronting flood-like situations or landslides on a regular basis. So they do have that anxiety. But even if we are not directly confronting these situations, the concern for the future, the concern for the type of environmental conditions the future generation is going to experience, it does create that sense of eco-anxiety. But despite the fact that there is a lot of anxiety, but still we see there's an eco-paralysis somewhere. People feel that the issue is so complex that you at an individual level cannot take any effective action to mitigate the climate crisis. Now, as Professor Kim was talking about, when we're looking at the solution to the environmental problems, especially when we look at the Sustainable Development Goals, we feel that somewhere the Western model has been superimposed, where they feel that there will be either individual level solutions or it will be a technological solution, but we are not taking the collective into consideration. Because if we take the culture in cultural perspective and the cultural wisdom, I think we can do a much better job. For example, I'm sure everybody must have heard about a phrase which is used in South Africa known as Abantu. Now, Abantu, when it is translated, they say, I am because we are. So I think if we are living in a collective society and there are collective wisdoms in those cultures, if we use those wisdoms, I think we can do a much better job in combating this crisis and overcoming it. So, and environmental problems, I think, is a great leveler. It doesn't see whether it is a developed nation or a developing nation, but the type of episodes of environmental crisis that we are facing, it's, I think, all nations, irrespective of the ladder of development that they are in, they are experiencing problems on regard to this. But as I initially said, that the marginalized communities, especially our farmers, our villagers, they are facing more problems. And for example, like in Syria, what happened is that I was looking at the literature and came across an example of Syria where just because of the climatic crisis, they lost a lot of agricultural land. And as a result, you see the strife that Syria landed in itself. There was civil war, there's a large-scale migration. And due to those migration, when people are migrating to different countries, the adjustment problems that they are facing. So it is just on account, naturally there are other problems also, but environmental issues was one of the problems which was contributing to the Syrian crisis. And this is something which we are seeing in our own country also. When the rivers are changing their courses and our farmers are losing their lands, or when there's an episode of droughts, we see a lot of suicide taking place as far as farmers is concerned. So they are facing a lot of psychological problems. And one of my research scholars, I have given this as a PhD thesis, as a PhD problem, that she is investigating the impact of drought on mental health. So naturally, if I'm encountering such a situation and there are social psychological problems, and so there needs to be investigated, that needs the linkages needs to be established so that we can impress on policymakers that we need to do something before the problems get out of hand. Now, the indirect mental health consequences of climate change can occur through social, economic, and environmental disruptions. For example, as I just gave the example of Syria, there may be civil conflict, there may be displacement, or there may be migration. But one of the most well-documented climate hazards is like naturally one of the documented crisis is that of drought. Now, what the literature shows that long-term droughts affect food and water supplies, and it affects the economic and mental well-being of land-based workers, most often impacting those living in rural and remote communities. So to address the overarching interplay of social and environmental determinants of health that can magnify climate change related risk on mental health, we need an equity approach to study this issue. And we also need to understand climate change related hazards within the context of mental health. And research also needs to focus or explore the complexity of climate change and mental health attribution by recognizing the role of predisposing mental health conditions while also taking into account the perceived and actual risks and impacts relating to climate change. Now, the problem with the environmental crisis is that we see it as a distal, something which is distant and as a distal factor. That means it is somewhere going to come in the future and it is not currently affecting me. And as a result, this attitude basically creates a social trap, social trap, which pushes the issue outside our immediate attention. And this is causing a lot of difficulties for policymakers to make any changes. Now, if we are doing research to investigate the interlinkages, basically, it can help us to understand the triggers and the timings of climate change related mental health effects, as well as support policy and program development for mental health resources. Now, sustainable mental health care in developed and developing nations is urgently needed as the realities of climate change become more and more apparent, especially for those people who are marginalized. Now, what is the way out for it? I think people need to be made aware of the symbiotic relationship that they have shared with nature, because we cannot cut ourselves from nature, because a lot of researchers have shown that when people are connected with environmental preservation, it gives them a sense of citizenship or stewardship, and they are ready to personally invest their time and resources. And this basically helps in overcoming the sense of anxiety and hopelessness which people are experiencing. So if people feel a deep connection to places, wilderness, and other species, then threats to these others are much more likely to be viewed as personal issues. So unless and until we get involved in these issues, we are not going to make any attempt overcoming the problems which we are facing. And there may be personal costs also. For example, one way of overcoming or combating the problems that we are facing from fossil fuel is that it's not that difficult. It seems difficult because at the individual level, it requires some change in our lifestyle. For example, we can promote a lot of public transport system, pooling your vehicle, but we are not ready to do it because somewhere, again, because of this neoliberalism or the consumerism that has engulfed us, and we have become more individualistic. So we think only of our individual benefit and individual well-being. So there's a lot, and at the psychological level, what can be done? For example, like naturally, there are certain behavioral lifestyle changes that needs to be made. But at the psychological level, also there is evidence which shows that positive emotions, especially that of empathy, can play a very constructive role in managing the environmental crisis, because empathy is considered an approach emotion that motivates individual to take a proactive approach with a desire to do something about the environment. Now, if we pay attention to the local level, for example, there's a call, think global and act local. So if we take that ideology, I think to a certain extent and to a large extent, we'll be able to contribute in mitigating the impact of the environmental crisis. So it is very essential to develop sustainable environmental systems for future generation. which could focus on not only protection, but also restoration and management of resources. So at the attitudinal level, we need to get out of that paralysis that at an individual level, we cannot do anything. And because it requires, it's a massive issue and it is beyond my individual control. But when it comes to taking action, the different set of factors which gain salience and outweigh the antecedent factors needs to be identified. Hence, unless these factors are which are creating blocks towards environmentally friendly behavior are identified, we cannot do anything about it. So as psychologists, what we need to do is that we have to identify the antecedents of pro-environmental behavior, and we also have to identify the barriers which are preventing us from engaging in pro-environmental behavior. So as an academician, I think we have to focus on that, and we have to do very sustained research in this area so that we can move forward in a very meaningful way. And since environmental issues is to a large extent, I won't say not 100%, but to a large extent behavioral issues. So behavior modification needs to be studied, how we can contribute to behavior modification. And if we look at if we go into history and look at the architectural designing, which those buildings, the ancient buildings have been designed according to those architectural plans, I don't think we need those air conditioners the way we are using it. So we need not, it's not only an affair of psychology, but we need an interdisciplinary approach towards it, where people from different disciplines have to come together, pool the resources, pool the research findings, so that we can do something about the environment, and to a certain extent we can make our contribution in overcoming the issues. So I'll stop at this. I hope I have not taken a lot of time.
Thank you, Professor Rumana Siddiqui, for your interesting talk about environmental crisis and well-being. I think the panel discussion overall has been an academic treat. Not to mention that Professor Kim's lecture was the chocolate icing on that cake. This has been really wonderful, and I would first of all like to thank the 4 panelists. I think together all of us have pointed out that we need to do a different kind of psychology, probably to make it more, probably to contribute to a better society. From the current psychology that we are doing, a holistic understanding of the individual in the context is something that needs to be done. So the context has to be brought to center stage. I think all the 4 speakers also talked about focus on intersectionality, which has been largely missing from psychology research and psychology discourse. And it is high time that we move towards what I think Shalini was referring to as transdisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, and probably moving towards a more collaborative science. Then only we will be able to probably contribute and leverage the psychology research for a better understanding and welfare of the society. Kavita, how much time do I have? Do I have time for some because I can see, of course, like Sujata, I'm seeing how many people are dropping, and I can also see the time, which is 2:36. So, Kavita, can I have 5 minutes?
Yeah, can you wind up in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll just, if people have questions, because I can see Mala's hand up. Okay, Mala, please go ahead.
Yeah, this question is for Professor Anand Prakash. I listened with interest about the campus and the effort to try and create a kind of a body or a committee which you thought should be called student services or something like that. But if some well-wishers or some agencies from outside would like to join hands with Delhi University to help create a system where the mental health issues of the students will find probably an easy, some kind of an access to be addressed in some way or the other, that's my question. Is it possible, since you have been working in this area?
Professor Anand Prakash, would you like to answer this question?
Possible to do that, but I think we will also have to be aware of the politics of health.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yes.
Okay.
So this is the one. Second is that many government, like, UGC started with Mano Darpan, the one, online kind of service. NIMHANS has also started the student services related to that, which is Telemanas, something, called like Telemanas. So you can have an online kind of a services do that. But these are the services which are, of course, no service plus some service is generally preferred. But the situation is far from the desirable state. Of course, my proposition or our proposition would be that there has to be a center which is responsible for coordinating even the outside agencies. The affiliation with the respective resource centers, like, psychiatrists or the agencies, the NGO groups which are working in this particular area. But the central coordination responsibility should be given to the a resource center situated in the campus, and with the a strong perspective and value-driven program. So then only I think something can be expected, which not only addresses the problem of the students, but also continue doing some kind of a research on that, the concerns, the profile, and the issues which are changing. So all those things can be done, but you'll also have to be.
But it's complicated. But it's complicated. And you have to kind of engage with the university admin authorities, and first have your credibility and some kind of committee set up there officially, and then so it's a long drawn process.
Yes, it's a long drawn, but why I'm emphasizing have it in a campus, because there have been cases. We started in Delhi University one such center, Manovritti, where students and the university community members can come. But the resources that were available with us and the faculty willing to undertake that were very, very little number. But the number of clients reporting to us were very large. Second thing, if there are certain kind of legal complications coming, you need a backing of the institutions.
Yeah.
Because if there is certain kind of breakdown, certain kind of certain kind of issue, few of them happen, then I realized that it's very important that this center also have a protection of institutional processes, both legal, administrative, as well as the other kind of protection that need to be done. So developing an institution, individual help is valued always, but it cannot be replacement of an institutional resource center. That was the basic idea.
Thanks, Anand. That's
yes, I can see your hand up.
Yeah, so actually I was just going to add on to the question that Professor Mala Sinha had asked, because in TIST we have our own counseling center, which actually came up because of the issue of student suicides on campus. And we've actually, it's a part of the institutional mechanism as a support service available to all students. I've served on the advisory council for the counseling center. We've actually devised protocols in terms of what are the kinds of issues that students come with, and what are the kinds of responses that the institution can generate and develop. Because at one level, we also need to recognize that when you're looking at support services on campus, what are the kinds of issues that we are likely to be dealing with? Should we deal with crisis issues, or should we escalate crisis issues to another agency? Because at the end of the day, a counseling center located in an academic institution should be related with issues of adjustment and academic issues, not really looking at crisis issues, because those are, you know, you need to have counselors specifically trained for counseling, for crisis issues. And one other thing I will add is, you know, telecounseling has become very popular in India today. Unfortunately, there's no training for telecounseling. No academic training for counseling will do more than maybe a 2 or 3 hour module on telephone counseling. We have now telephone counseling, email counseling, chat. Where do we train on any of this? And I'm talking about it because of the, you know, for me, it's an ethical issue. I have my students going and working in, you know, in telephone helplines. I'm just assuming that there's going to be on the ground training.
It's quite a murky scenario.
It's very murky. Again, what are the ethics related with online counseling? We have great protocols in terms of ethics for, you know, in-person, face-to-face counseling. But can we just extend that outwards to telephone counseling? I think that's another big loophole that psychology needs to address. Again, the battles between RCI and, you know, all the other agencies that are there, they're going to be internecine warfare going on actually at the end. At the end of the day, it's going to be the psychology professional who's going to be badly affected, and also the clients. Because we're going to have this plethora of people coming out, badly trained, no accreditation worth its weight in anything. And that's a bad situation for psychology
very
today.
bad, Professor Mala.
Yeah.
Just to give you a statistics, that's, you know, out of 1 lakh patients, there is
Yeah.
0.75 mental health professionals available in the market.
I know, I'm aware
The
of it.
Government of India statistics. Now, ideally, it should be at least 1 for per 10,000. Ideally, it should be 1 for 1,000.
Correct.
Now, what has happened? The second thing that has happened is crucially, UGC has scrapped MPhil programs of many of these mental health institutions. Like AUPAA, I know in Delhi, which runs, they have scrapped their MPhil program, and they did not know how to deal with it. So certain kind of, you know, again, effort was made. A delegation was sent to VC and UGC, and after 2 years, 2 batches lost, you know, they were again allowed to start their MPhil program, keeping you all these kinds of things. It shows, you know, that's a kind of apathy. That shows the lack of awareness in the society. That's the mental health is not an issue. It is a creation of some people who are searching for jobs. So if this kind of incentive, some advocacy part can be done, certain kind of, you know, public writing in the public, other kind of a thing, so that certain level of awareness, policy implications can be done. I work on a project with the Kailash Satyarthi Foundation. We have received a very ambitious project, which is called transforming, you know, societies through compassion. So we are developing a model of compassion with same concern and agenda, that it has to be, you know, applicable to Indian with the potential for universal applicability, because he is looking for its implementation in 140 countries. There is an Association of Nobel Laureate Group, in which the 40 Nobel laureates are working. And then he said this, there's not, you know, issue, another kind of a thing. I said this, do you have a training for compassion? And if you have to train anybody into the contemporary discourse, the narrative which are more modern and amenable to the youth, rather than sounding like a spiritual discourse, a spiritual sermon. So the moment you start talking like, you know, empathy or the compassion or you know, mindfulness, these things which now we are talking, and Professor Kim also refer to it, that these are going to be the keystones into any kind of a psychological research or discourse. But how to, you know, prevent it from becoming a spiritual discourse, so that it appeared to be, you know, more modern, contemporary, and palatable to the members of younger generation.
Correct. I agree. Yeah.
How to present it, how to give it. If you have to create a training and transformation, can you do it without actually transforming the people from inside? It is not a skill which can be given without a value and ethics.
Professor Shalini Bharat, you also have your hands up. Can I?
No, I just want to add to what Sujata said, but I think the center at the health center at TIS is worth talking about. And Sujata, you've been associated with it, and as the Vice Chancellor, I gave a lot of importance to it for the reason that we had 6 counselors. It's not such a big university, but we had 6 counselors, and every campus has counselors, 2 counselors or 1 trained counselors, and they are all paid from, with the institute funds. But that's the kind of importance one has to place on student, well-being. And these counselors, do different type of counseling. For example, career counseling, but there is a lot of counseling which is required on interpersonal relationships. There are problems beyond academics, that they bring, and you cannot ignore them. That there are also gender-related issues. Then we had, gender fluidity issues. We had so many types of issues, and every time we kept on, adding more counselors or the specialization, or, and then we had gender champions and so on. So I think there has to be an ecosystem created within the university, and there has to be lobbying for this for every university, because students are, there for a considerable period of time, and they will be having problems which they do not want to share with their parents or their friends, or
they can't share.
They can't share, and they don't want to share. But then university provides them kind of a space where they resolve, I would say, many issues. And we have had a lot of experience in just how to address these issues. And I think this particular issue is very important and should be taken up at the highest level. So Anand, if you are...
So I'll just add this one other thing. While UGC supports salaries for counselors, it's 1 counselor.
One counselor, yeah.
And 1 counselor doesn't really meet
quite a hotbed for suicides as well. I'm aware of it. You must be having a good system there.
We have a very good system. That's what I said.
IIT, I was referring to.
The issue is that when some suicide, and I don't want to be quoted, but when some suicides happen in some technical institutions, they said remove the,
ceiling fans.
At the same time, when we had things, we introduced counseling. That's the point I'm trying to make. So anyway, I think we are discussing something very important. It should be taken up at a very higher level. So Anand, if you are part of the UGC, it should probably reflect there in your discussion, because there should be an ecosystem created.
And an ecosystem which is, again, the number of counselors should again be connected with the number of students. You can't have, it's not a token thing that we can have. That's what's happening with CBSE schools also. CBSE school mandates a counselor. So there's 1 counselor. Doesn't matter what the size of the school is. So what is that 1 counselor going to do?
Dr. Sujata, they are doing everything else other than counseling.
That's the whole problem. That's the major problem.
I think, Purnima, we are having a small conversation side.
I know.
Yeah.
But I totally agree. This was a topic which was not just for a panel discussion. Maybe this is just a start. We need to have at least a half-day kind
Absolutely
of...
agree with you on this. This is a hot topic.
On such an important... Yeah, it's important. It's very, very relevant. And Mala was asking me, what about IITs? We have about 6 counselors. We've introduced something very good in the last 2 years. We have a dean of now diversity and inclusion. And that's something which IITs were earlier not willing to speak about. But now they have 4 verticals. Of course, you have caste, you have physically challenged, you have gender, and you have LGBTQ. And the kind of problems that are there, one did not really know before this was introduced. So I think institutions do need to play a role. But I'm sure the association can think of a half-day workshop where we have more time to talk about many of those things. Because right now we have done...
Also, and I think all the other members here, we should also think in terms of public-private partnership. Because everything left to the government may just be caught up in bureaucracy, and unless you have very good top leadership who's willing to take bold steps, But we should be also talking of public-private partnerships. I don't know. I mean,
Unfortunately,
Your
that
point
means
is,
that
point is very
the
valid,
government
Dr.
will
Mala.
wash its hands
One of
of
our recent
this.
papers published in, Indian Journal of Psychiatry, two components of this model, me and Dr. Vora, who is a psychiatrist, we're working on is two things. One, technology integration. Technology can be leveraged to handle these masses. And of course, public-private partnership into, bringing out people and creating a kind of a national resource for this, for addressing the, mental health issues.
So we are coming in the way for lunch for at least people who are there in Allahabad who can have a good
And
lunch.
here as well.
Yeah, the online people have managed something.
We'll have whatever something is available with us, but I think there they are in a hotel and they can have a better lunch. So Kavita, over to you.
Thank you, Purnima ji. I'm sorry the session is to cut short because of the lunch time and other program later on. On behalf of AUPAA, I extend my thanks to all the alumni for successfully organizing today's activities. Our advisors, Professor R.C.Tripathi, Professor Janak Pandey, Professor R.K. Naidu, although he is not here, had always been provided us valuable suggestions and guidance. When we were confused and in doubts how to organize the foundation day, Professor Rohit Dwivedi and Professor Purnima Singh came forward and took the responsibility to organize the activities. They worked really very hard for the success of the program. Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, Purnima ji. All the speakers have enlightened the participants and students of psychology. We have a lot of students of MA and research here. And I think they are all benefited from these presentations. Our students and research scholars from the department are our backbone. And from the very first day till now, they are with us and doing all the jobs related to today's program. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the alumni for their support and contributions for making the program a great success. Now this is the time for lunch. I invite you all for the lunch. After lunch, from 3, I think we can have lunch in half an hour. From 3:30 p.m., we will have our general body meeting. I request all the life members of AUPAA, either offline or online, to please join us in this meeting. And as you all said that we can have this session for half day or some other program, and in that general body meeting, we can discuss and decide all these things. So I request that
Kavita, same link, the same link. Should we log
links
or be logged on?
This link will continue.
Acha, okay, fine.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Purnima ji.
Thanks a lot, panel members.
Bye, Shalini. Thank you so much.
Very informative.
It was a wonderful treat, academic treat.
Yeah, I think the panel members were great. Professor Kim, thanks a ton. You were really
now
great.
it's time for my dinner in Korea.
We are
Thank
already
you. Bye now.
planning to circulate your talk to non-psychologists. They need to hear
That would
it.
be wonderful. Thank you.
Yes.
I sent my articles also. If
You've got them. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. See you again, maybe in Allahabad. Thank you.